sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack.
Ahoy!
He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.
All right, wasted world of sports. Here we go. Ahoy and welcome along. Oh God, who keeps turning that on? All right, wasted world of sports. Ahoy! Let's go. Friday night footy. Big doubleheader of action. First thing I need to point out, it is absolutely bucketing down in the Manly Raiders game. Torrential downpour, as we know, is the great equaliser. So this game is suddenly in the balance. Dan Jam, ahoy mate. Ellis Williams, UFC. Mr. Ed's dead. Leanne. How's everybody doing? All right. Big doubleheader tonight, as I was saying. Manly versus the Raiders. Ricky's Green Goblins. And then followed up by the Broncos versus the Roosters. Of course, it's at Suncorp. It looks like James... I hope James had a very nice sleep. I really do. That was hilarious. So, Michelle, here's the story. We were doing post-stream chats on Discord. And it is, in fairness, it was very late. Or early, very early in the morning. And James is on the voice chat. And anyways, if you've ever done voice chats with James before, one thing you certainly can't accuse him of is being quiet. And I noticed that James was kind of quiet for a little while. I'm like, is he all right over there? And anyway, after a couple of minutes, we just hear... I'm like, oh, is he taking the piss because he thinks the topic of conversation right now is boring? But then after about 10 minutes, I'm like, no, okay, James has literally fallen asleep in the voice chat. It was fabulous. Scrambled eggs, ahoy there, mate. Eggs might get a little bit of a reprieve for a little while, at least. It was the most fantastic thing, it really was. I've only once before had somebody fall asleep on a voice chat, and that was back in the Intoxigamer days, where for paying channel members, they could co-host an episode with me, and we were about 3/4 of the way through the game, and then I just hear snoring from the other end. The real Darkstar, ahoy there, mate. Anyway, this should be a good couple of games. I actually think the weather is really going to bring the Raiders back into the contest. I really do. I think that the opportunity is there for them in the Manly. They're not going to be able to play their natural game in the wet weather. Everything's got to be a little bit more condensed. Got to keep things in tight. And one thing that we've always discussed is you can criticize the Raiders about pretty much everything but their forward pack. Their forward pack, even though there are quite a few youngsters sprinkled through the team, their forward pack is pretty rock solid. So they are well and truly in this contest. I mean, I hate to say it because Dan Jam and I have a little wager going on about the Raiders' fortunes in the upcoming contests. So it's not good for me. It is absolutely hammering down. Still, there's more people in the crowd than there were for the Rabbitohs last night, yes? That was an abysmal turnout. That really was a shocker. Michelle says, I'm glad this isn't voice chat. You often fall asleep during games. I used to. Yeah, I did used to. There was nothing like sitting back on the recliner or in bed, chucking the game on. Yeah, good question. The weather could affect both games tonight. Hopefully not too much, because the Broncos Roosters, anyway, the next game should be an absolute cracker. This one had the threat of being a blowout, but I think the rain evens it up nicely. So it'll be interesting to see. Is there rain around at Suncorp? Tim, Irel, ahoy there. Score predictions for both these games. Okay, well, originally I would have said Manly win something like 38-10. Something quite comfortable. We might have to rethink that based on the weather. Torrential downpour here is going to really even this game up. So I still think Manly win. Manly should still have the goods. So they should still get the points, but maybe not by as much. So perhaps Manly... Ahoy there, Burko. Manly perhaps now... Manly maybe 24-8, something like that. No, 24 might be a bit too much, but I'll stick with it. I've said it now. It's been said. It's out there. It can't be taken back now. As the Raiders come out onto the field, enjoy golf, UFC. Intoxi Golf is fantastic. I used to love when I lived in Kelvin Grove. There was a driving range just down the road for me. Coincidentally, we used to call it Intoxi Golf. We would go to the driving range and have a few drinks and smack some balls. Good fun. It's actually good fun. It's quite therapeutic in many ways, just getting out there and whacking the absolute bollocks out of some golf balls. Ollie, ahoy there, mate. Your friend Jonathan says ahoy. Ahoy, Jonathan. Connor Crowley asks what time the Broncos match is on. It is on after this one. And this one hasn't started yet, so you've still got 40 minutes first half time, 40 minutes second half, so it's still a couple of hours away. The Knee Crumbler, ahoy there. Channel member, The Knee Crumbler. Yeah, so for those of you who have never been to a driving range, because you think maybe golf is boring, I highly recommend it. Teams out on the field for this one. The rain, a great equalizer. Frisbee golf. I remember there was an episode of Seinfeld where George always wanted to play the Frisbee golf. The Knee Crumbler, I've got Manly in this game, despite the weather conditions. J. Joe, ahoy mate, why do you always need to work while there's a good game? Underway, Manly with the kickoff. Ricky's Green Goblins, who are white tonight, have first use of it. And Gula runs it from the back fence. And nice safe contact. And this game's underway. The reason, of course, I bring up the safe contact is because of all this conjecture and debate around the kickoff being scrapped. We don't want to see it. A solid enough first set of 6 here for Canberra, now they spread it wide out to the left and up over halfway. Fifth and last. Strange puts it high down the middle of the park. It's going to be tough in these conditions, handling the high balls. But it's Tommy Turbo. It's Tommy Turbo. What are we worried about? Thomas Trebojevic. And Manly work it out of their own end. Chris Webb, ahoy! Looking forward to seeing a turbo try and a Sea Eagles victory. I'll drink to that. And here they go, the Sea Eagles down the short side. Some space opens up and Bullymore cuts back in field. Tackle 4. On the attack go Manly. Brooksy to the line. Out the back to Tommy. The pass is a shocker from Coca-Cola. Out to Jason Saab's wing. Might have been Tommy Talau out on that side, actually. Yeah, Saab's over this near side. DJ Shack, ahoy there. It's interesting to see Albert Hopewade, how he will fare at fullback, given he's normally a wing. They'll pepper him with high balls, especially in these conditions, I dare say. When are the Warriors playing? Are the Warriors on tomorrow? Muppet, ahoy there. Check this out. All right. As Canberra keep the ball alive, up over halfway. Sunday, thank you, Knee Crumbler. I believe Olakuatu's out tonight. Olakuatu's out suspended, yes? From that spear tackle last week. Fifth and last, 30 out from the line, the Raiders. A real opportunity here. Short side they go. Weeks puts it high. Another tester. Oh, what test? Tommy Turbo's there. Jim Faave, ahoy, mate. It was a pretty brutal spear tackle. I reckon he got at least, well, he would definitely get at least 2 weeks, maybe 3. DJ Shack probably knows. But it was pretty bad. It was pretty bad. So I reckon he probably got 3 or 4 weeks. It was a very aggressive spear tackle. DCE was also involved, but he escaped suspension due to his clean record. And speaking of DCE, from inside the 40, he finds space with the kick. Manages to find the grass. Olakuatu suspended for 2 games. Oh, the knee crumbler. The knee crumbler with the gifts. Congratulations there. Ollie is the best. Connor Crowley, Sakes and Dake, DJ Schmoovy. How many DJs have we got in this chat room? Tupou Harwood and the James. Oh, that's what the James has been hanging out for. Thank you very much, the knee crumbler, throwing out the gift memberships, spreading the love. The James, ahoy mate, how was your sleep, sir? I thought you passed out, so I disconnected you from the voice chat. Manly have the ball back. Yes. Thank you very much, the knee crumbler. Spreading the love. An early kick here from Manly, and it hits Ruben Garrick right on the chest. He's got one to beat. Oh, he threw the dummy to Tommy T. Tom Trebojevic was in under the post if Garrick just threw the pass. Hopewade doesn't fall for the dummy. And now it's loose out the back for Bullymore. Manly have completely ballsed one up there. A dead set certain try goes begging. And now they spill the ball in midfield. Muppet says my shirt is going good. Hasn't faded or shrunk yet. Excellent. That is precisely the news that I like to hear. Oh, watching this replay is miserable viewing. Manly should already be ahead 6-0. Hopewade had a 50-50 call. Honestly, I reckon in those situations, if I'm a fullback, in those 50-50 calls, I'm always attacking the man with the ball. I'm not standing back and waiting for the player to get to me. You've got a 50-50 chance. And if you go after Tommy Turbo in that situation and Garrick's held the ball, you look foolish because you're falling for the dummy. Hopewade did absolutely the right thing there. DJ Shaq, absolutely. You've got a 50-50 choice. If he turns in on Tommy Turbo, Garrick holds the ball, he looks absolutely foolish. You man up, you mark up on the player with the ball. They had 3-on-1. You can be forgiven. You did your job. You marked up. The Real Dark Star says, folks, just be careful to try and not tumble dry printed shirts. There you go. There's some advice from the Real Dark Star. You were a direct-to-garment printer for years. Nice. Manly receive a penalty, and on the back of that, they are now 20 metres out from Canberra's line. Ivan Storm, ahoy, mate. Jake Trbojevic in midfield. The double pump from Cherry Evans. He has to surrender there. They got that all wrong. Around the grounds, the Hurricanes are doing a job on the Waratahs. 26-0 in Wellington. Yes! Go the Hurricanes. Go the Hurricanes and sucked in Waratahs. Fifth and last. Croker goes from dummy half. They get a 6 again. Oh, that's Ricky Stewart's going to be tearing his hair out in the coach's box. A set restart on the fifth and last. Here come Manly. Cherry Evans. They're up on him quickly. Quentin Paul, ahoy, mate. Aioli sauce. Settles things down in the middle of the park. 5 out here, Manly. In front of the post. They go left. Jake Trbojevic. A nice legs tackle. The Canberra defence holds firm at the moment. Paseka on the crash ball. Nothing doing. Tupou Harwood, ahoy. Croker fires it out to Brooksy. Brooksy with the short pass to Tommy Turbo. Out the back. And Tommy T gets his try this time. And Manly lead 4-0. They are controlling this game in every single facet. Even in the conditions, this could be a very long old night for Ricky's Green Goblins. Did he run through properly there, Corey Waddell? Oh, they might have a look at this. They might have a look at this. Corey Waddell, did he run through far enough? I mean, surely, common sense, surely. Yes, try confirmed. Tommy Turbo with the try, but Brooks. Yeah, it was all Brooks. He held the pass up perfectly out the back. Tom Trbojevic gets his try after all. Vincent Spears, the hometown music. Ahoy, mate. DJ Shaq says this is going to get ugly for Canberra. They could be facing a similar date to the Waratahs if they don't get their act together. Ellis Williams says, as a Blues fan, I never liked the Waratahs, mainly Michael Hooper for some odd reason. Probably because Michael Hooper was their best player, Ellis Williams. That'd be my guess. And they also had that absolute wanker, Israel Folau. They had a good team, though. You've got to give them that. When the Waratahs won Super Rugby that one year, you've got to hand it to them. They did have a solid team. Raiders get us back underway. Manly lead this 6 points to 0. It's been a great start for the home side. All right. I'm close enough to finishing this drink. I didn't want to go too hard too early. So, the Knee Crumbler. The Knee Crumbler for your 5 gift memberships. Cheers, mate. And if anybody's now got a little badge next to their name and they're wondering where it came from the Knee Crumbler. Oh, God. And I still didn't finish it. Oh, I'm having a slow night tonight. Last night was a big one, in fairness. I couldn't even finish what little was left. Reed Nichols, ahoy there. Manly with another penalty. The kick into touch, 30 out from the Raiders line. They're back on the attack here. This is going to be a long old night for the Raiders. Wasn't expecting Davey Moale to get 41 on NRL Fantasy yesterday. 41's a pretty decent score, isn't it? A very decent score. Brooks again holds the pass up for Tommy Turbo this time. The Raiders are all over him. Tackle 3, 15 out on that left-hand side. They go to the short side. Croker slips over. Remember, it is bucketing down. Raining cats and dogs, as they say. And Croker has slipped on his butt. Aioli Sauce in midfield. Just another simple hit up. 5th and last in front of the post. They go left. Brooks holds the pass up for Tommy Turbo. Turbo's caught. A great tackle there. Well read, well tackled by Kotrick. And that'll be a handover. The Raiders, they hold on. Defunk says, Waratahs are my favourite Oz team. I won a bet against my mate that year. They won the Super Rugby. Dubious conditions. Incidentally, in my opinion, penalty here to the Raiders. Manly a little over-enthusiastic. I remember that game. I was down the Gold Coast, so I missed the first half. And I remember listening to it on the radio. And the Waratahs, if I'm not mistaken, that Super Rugby final, it was Waratahs Crusaders. And the Waratahs raced out to something like a 28 points to 0 lead. And then the Crusaders, doing what the Crusaders do, came charging back into it. And I think the Waratahs ended up winning 37-36 or something like that. Off a dubious penalty on the stroke of full time. Really dubious penalty. Scrambled Egg says, do you think the Panthers are a good team? Well, they have won 3 competitions in a row, so... it was 19-0 at halftime. Yeah, I don't really... I just know that it was a lot. Adam Ashley Cooper, I think, scored the first try. The offload, pushing the pass here, the Raiders. That was silly. Lucky the referee had already called time off. Here's a big chance now for Ricky's Goblins. Here goes KO Weeks. Tries to sucker in the defense. They don't fall for it. Strange puts the step on. Here's a chance. Ethan Strange reaches out. Centimetre short. That should be a 6 again. It's not. It's the 5th and last. Hudson Young. No more kicking duties for Hudson Young. puts it straight into the hands of the Manly defence. And then he falls over, slips over his own feet. Well, that was really poor from the Raiders. Gotta say. The knee crumbler asks why I always rock the bandana. It's just become my thing. I've always got a thing. When we first started the channel, I was rocking the mohawk. My hairstylist retired, so I haven't found anybody new that I trust enough with my hair. As ridiculous as that probably sounds. But I had a very specific mohawk style, and I don't trust just anybody to be able to do that. So ever since my hairstylist retired, I've grown the hair long, and as part of growing my hair long, I've always worn bandanas to keep control of it. So now the bandanas have become my thing. There's always a thing. Canberra, 40 out from the line. The pass is spilt and Tommy Talau's away. There's nobody in front of him, and Talau will cruise around and dive over about 10 metres in from touch. Some poor ball handling out there from Elliot Whitehead. And Tommy Talau runs away untouched. Manly extend their lead. Even when they're not on the attack, they're scoring tries, Manly. That's a bad sign for the Raiders. We've seen this from the Cowboys also a couple of rounds ago, haven't we? Playing dry weather football in the wet. It just doesn't work. Elliot Whitehead does not have the ball handling required to rein that in. And Tommy Talau, he's just in cruise control there. Cruise mode. Dives over and scores. Reuben Garrick about 10 to the left of the post. Should be a simple conversion. Well, he's made a complete and total hash of it. He hits the near upright Reuben Garrick, and it sails away. 10 points to nil it remains. That's a little bit of a reprieve for the Raiders. Ellis Williams says Turbo thrives in the rain. Just look at that iconic photo during Origin when the Blues were decent. Oh, when the Blues were decent. I remember those days. Yes, back before Freddie Fittler copped a blow to the head and started picking people in random positions. I remember. Freddie Fittler really missed out on a golden opportunity. He could have stamped himself. I mean, he just had... Queensland were rebuilding. This is my theory. Queensland were going through a really, really dry patch in terms of talent. I mean, when they were described as the worst Queensland team on paper ever by a few pundits, that wasn't a lie. It really was on paper their worst team. And yeah, Freddie, he really missed a trick to stamp himself as the greatest Origin coach of all time. But anyway, let's not talk about it. It's too depressing. Fifth and last hit for Manly. They're 40 out from the line again. Cherry Evans puts it high. Pressure on the Raiders, but Xavier Savage does very well there. Here's a question. Are there any Xaviers who aren't wingers? I'm just curious. Xavier seems like a speedster's name. If you name your kid Xavier, they're going to grow up to be a winger. Oh, Xavier Willison. Okay, never mind. Got one straight away. He's fast, though. Xavier Willison, he could easily play on the wing. Yeah, there you go. To be fair, he was a wing for about 5 minutes. Oh, that's a high shot on Cola. Coca-Cola goes down. Penalty Manly. Canberra just can't get themselves into this game. A high shot there from Gula. And with 19 and a half minutes to go in this first half, Manly are going to be back on the attack. Gula's on report. Could be more than a penalty if he stays down. Credit to him that he got up. All power to him that he got up again. But it is Manly through Paseka. About 20 out now from the Raiders line, just to the right of the post. Big opportunity. Brooks shows and goes. Brooksy gets the offload to Waddell. 5 out from the line. Quick play the ball. Here's Tommy Turbo on the crash ball. He's getting involved in everything, Tommy T. Now Jakey out to DCE. Puts the grubber kick in. Will it sit up for Bullymore? It's lost out the back. And Cherry Evans dives on it for a try. Manly are rolling in the wet here. 14-0 kick to come. The Raiders. My prediction is feeling pretty good right now. Smashed last week. It's not looking good again this week. Gerard Susu, ahoy there. Ethan Strange can't collect the loose ball. Cherry Evans can. 14-0 kick to come. Try confirmed. It's Manly's night tonight. The real Darkstar tipped Manly, but didn't expect this. I guess it's not impossible for the Raiders to come back. Certainly not impossible. Unlikely, but certainly not impossible. Mr. Ed's dead. You're a new uncle, and his name is Xavier. And now he's going to play rugby and become a winger. Garrick hooks it out to the left. Ruben Garrick, I'm not used to seeing this from him. $14 points to 0. It could easily have been 18. But Ruben Garrick, a very rare occasion, has left his kicking boots at home. $17 minutes to go till the halftime break. Back underway now. The kick's out on the full. The kick out on the full. When things go bad, they go horrible, don't they? A penalty on halfway here. DJ Schmoovy, ahoy there. When it's not your night, it's not your night. And I can say it's not been the Raiders' past couple of weeks, and it's not going to be their time for quite a little while yet. Ricky's Goblins under the pump. Manly attacking again. 15 out from the line. Brooks in at first receiver. He's doing that a lot tonight. Brooks and Cherry Evans sharing the duties. Brooks again. Cuts back inside. Almost goes through a gap. He's playing well tonight, Brooksy. They use Tommy Turbo as a decoy. Just a metre out now. Manly. Dummy on the crash ball again. Out it goes to Tommy Turbo, who loses the ball, but it's a penalty. Take the 2 if you can. And 10 in the bin as well. One of the Raiders players has just been marched for 10 minutes. Go and have a seat, sir. Is that Hopewade? A Raiders player's just been marched for 10. And it was indeed Albert Hopewade. So now they're back to no fullback. Brooks with the Harbour Bridge ball out to Saab. Saab fires it back in field and the Raiders come down with it. It was ambitious play from Manly, probably feeling a little bit too overconfident with the extra man advantage. And they've gone and cocked that up, haven't they? The real Dark Stars asked what are the odds on a Ricky Spray later on. Or I reckon unbackable. It'd be unbackable. It'd be like $1.01 to the dollar. Ellis Williams, can't wait to see Razor's All Black squad. Tell me about it. I can't wait to see not just the squad, but I want to see the tactics. The All Blacks, they started to become, in my opinion, just a little bit predictable under Fozzie. He didn't have any new ideas, and when they got stuck, there didn't seem to be a plan B. I remember back in the days of Hansen and Henry, and now the Raiders lifting beyond the horizontal. They didn't go through with the tackle, but still, he was lifted. He was placed in a dangerous spot. And just because they managed to hold on to him, can't take away from the fact it was a dangerous lift. But we saw with Razor's Crusaders squad, there was always a plan A, a plan B, a plan C. I'm very interested to see the tactics and how they go about their business. My only concern is Tommy Turbo gets on the outside. He looks to score, gets the offload away. They must go over here, Manly. And they do. Ruben Garrick plants it down. 18-0 kick to come. The Raiders are in pieces here. You love to see it. Oh, well, Dan Jam. What do you say, mate? I'm starting to look more and more likely. This is 2 now. They've lost 2 out of the 5 or 6 that I predicted. We're a third of the way there. Anyway, let's not count too many chickens. There's plenty of time left in this game. And it's only 3 converted tries at the moment. We've all learned the lessons about celebrating too soon. I thought I might have had a cash-out offer. I've gone a 5-leg multi over the course of the weekend. Panthers last night. Manly, Storm, Warriors, Sharks in the 5 legs. As Ruben Garrick compensates nicely this time. And Manly lead 20 points to 0. The knee crumbler says this is going to be like 50-12. Well, the 50's looking likely. I don't know where the 12 is coming from. Some consolation tries at the back end, perhaps. They just can't get their hands on the ball at the moment. The Raiders, 58% possession in favour of Manly. It's very lopsided at the moment. And from the back fence, Nathan Brown winds up. Nice safe contact. $20 points to nil. Hopewade still in the bend. Manly go wide early. Coca-Cola. He's caught by Papali'i. Not a man you want to run into. A Logan boy, by the way, Papali'i. Logan represent. That's our boy. That's our superstar. Shame he plays for the Raiders and Queensland. The kick from Croker. Is it going to sit up? It does. It's perfectly placed. And Sebastian Chris brings it back. Almost goes through. Still going Chris, but they're onto him. Good leg drive there. 5 minutes left in the bin for Hopewade. This is going to be a long 5 minutes. But at least the Raiders have got the ball. 20 points to nil. I thought it was going to be comfortable, but I've got to say, I didn't think it would be quite this comfy. Up over halfway. Turning and offloading in the tackle is Elliot Whitehead. Fifth and last now, Raiders. They're 40 out. They stay on the short side. Weeks puts it high. Turbo lines it up, moves forward, takes it with ease. You're going 69, the knee crumbler. 68-0 in the 79th minute. They take a cheeky drop goal. Why not? I like it. Tupo Harwood, ahoy, mate. How are you? Brown. Bringing it out for Manly. 30 out from their own line. Looking to get on the attack again. Trebojevic to Trebojevic. They leave it behind. Elliot Whitehead with the inside ball to KO Weeks. And there's 6 of the 12 out of nowhere. Manly have fallen asleep. Canberra have taken advantage. That was lazy from Manly. And that should be a little bit of a wake-up call. The Raiders could come charging back into this contest. That was incredibly lazy from Manly. The inside ball from Jake to Tommy, it hits the ground. And all the Manly players just pull up. They're just jogging on the spot. They were probably waiting for the whistle. You got to play to the whistle. Well, has Whitehead secured this ball? That's what they might be thinking. But you've got to play to the whistle. There's a lesson there. Whether Whitehead has taken this or not, the referee said play on. I haven't seen a good shot of it. Looks like he caught it. The try's been confirmed. So there you go. A lesson there for Manly. Play to the whistle. All the Manly defense just dropped off there. And that's huge for the Raiders. That's a big, big moment. They're not done. They're not done. You saw the reaction after that try. They have now got some belief. Manly had them down. They had the foot on the throat. They just needed to press. And not only have they now lifted the foot off the throat, but they also put a hand out and lifted them up off the ground. 20 points to 6. It's still a long way back. Because that was completely against the run of play. It was an intercept from Elliot Whitehead. There you go. I thought it was a spilt ball. I thought it was dropped from Tommy and scooped up by Whitehead, but it was intercepted by the big fella. There you go. Madeline Suzette, ahoy. Manly, get us back underway with this newfound confidence. Can Canberra swing the momentum here? Oh, Papali'i's hurt. That's not going to help. Big Papa's hurt his ankle in the tackle. Wasn't a hip drop, was it? Oh, Christ, it was. Oh, that could be a hip drop. Cheeky little hip drop there, maybe. Papa's hurt his ankle. Nathan Brown here. Drops right down on the leg. There's a little bit of Canberra milking going on here, I suspect. Just a tad. But they'll have a look at this. Yep, Nathan Brown's on report for a hip drop. It's going to be a penalty. Look, it was a hip drop, but there was a little bit of Canberra milk going on there from Big Papa. 7 minutes to go. A piggyback upfield here for the Goblins. The kick finds touch. 40 out from Manly's line. A huge opportunity now for the Raiders. We might have spoken too soon. 1 minute left in the sin bin for Hopewade. 20 points to 6. Here come the Raiders. They're starting to get some ball. They're starting to get some belief. To the right-hand edge they go. Sebastian Chris steps back in field. Justin Karam, ahoy there. Eagles the Big Bird, listening from Copex, East New Britain Province, PNG. A set restart here for the Raiders. Offloads back to Papali'i. Now Ethan Strange gets on the outside. Well wrapped up, though, by Ruben Garrick. One-on-one, puts him down. But a full set of 6 now for the Raiders. Big Papa is suddenly fine, notice. He's suddenly fine after his little Milky McGee down the other end. Another set restart. Oh, they must score here, the Raiders. Weeks goes on his own. He doesn't seem to have a pass, KO Weeks. Very one-dimensional, very predictable play. He runs it to the line, shows and goes. 99% of the time. The offload. Back to Strange in midfield. Puts on a little Luai jig. Hudson Young on the crash ball. Now Big Papa almost goes through. The Logan boy. Tackle 4. Weeks throws a shocker of a pass. Well, that's why he doesn't pass very often, I see. That'd be it. That'd be the reason. And Manly, they escape there. Come away with it, but the Raiders are suddenly on top in momentum. Obviously not the scoreboard. They're still getting smashed on the scoreboard, but Manly, they can hit the reset button here. The offload back to Tommy Turbo on halfway. Brooks, cut out pass to Coca-Cola. He's wrapped up by Kotrick. 5th and last, Manly on halfway. It's a high looping kick. The Raiders let it bounce. This could go anywhere. It's lost forward by the Raiders. And Manly, that's a big result. They were under the pump down the other end. And the Raiders guilty of letting that ball bounce. Well, they might have been hard dumped. No, he's lost it there, Xavier Savage. I was going to say, I thought they might have been hard done by here, the Raiders, but no, he's knocked it on there, Savage. The second attempt. Speck asks if Hudson Young try scores much. He did last year. I think it was last year. Hudson Young was a try-scoring machine. Earned himself an Origin call-up. He hasn't been getting himself on the try-scoring charts all that much this year. 3 minutes to go till the break. Manly, 20 metres out from the line. Nathan Brown takes the hit up. In front of the post, 10 out. Brooks, dummies, goes on his own. Big Papa's all over him again. Brown in at first receiver. Sod off out of there, Brown. Jeez. Slow ball. That'll be 6 again for Manly. It was touched by the Raiders. But Manly are getting such slow ball when that big lump Nathan Brown puts himself in at first receiver. Go away. Somebody needs to go over there. I mean, look, I don't want to tell him, but somebody needs to go over there and tell him, sod off out of the way, mate. You're slowing down our backline moves. Brooks out to Tommy Turbo. Tommy spills it. That is a very unusual error from Tommy T. Even in the conditions. And Manly, they've fallen asleep here at the back end of this half. They certainly won't be happy with the way they've finished this first half of footy. They'll be very happy with the lead, but the lead could have been so much more. It could have been game over, and honestly, it probably still is, but we could have been guaranteed that it was game over. And they've really dropped off quite severely. And there's still so much time left. You don't want to be inviting the opposition back in. Doing it hard this set of 6, though. The Raiders tackle 3. Big leg drive here. And that's a good run from Timoko. He's still going? No, he's held, brought down. Sloppy play of the ball, but it was good enough. And that gave them some good go forward. Anime and more, which team are you going for? Broncos or Roosters? Roosters all the way. Roosters to put on a big score at Suncorp. 5th and last. Weeks puts it high. Tommy's under it, takes it well. Puts the head down, takes on Ethan Strange. Strange, Papali'i, and Hudson Young in tandem put Tommy down. 30 seconds left until the break. Manly should see out this first half unless they do something stupid. A 14-point lead. Could have been, should have been, so much more. They'll be happy enough, though, I dare say. Change of direction here from DCE. He's caught on the 5th and last. That'll be half-time. Will they get the last play of the ball in? They don't even want it, Manly. They don't even want it. They say, we'll take half-time. 20 points to 6. Manly, well worth that lead at half-time, but credit to the Raiders. The heads didn't drop. It could have easily blown out. Manly have fallen off the ball a little bit. But credit to the Raiders. They were getting smashed. They haven't hung their heads. They've stayed at it. They scored a try completely against the run of play. They could come out in the second half and put on a performance. You never know. They've kept themselves in the game. And that's the first step to a comeback. They needed to go into half-time with no more points scored. And they've done just that. Half-time here. 20 points to 6. Manly getting the job done at the moment over Ricky's Green Goblins. We'll be back after a quick break for the second half. Wasted World of Sports. All right, Waste of Water Sports Ahoy, half-time. Manly versus the Raiders, the home side leading 20 points to 6. But it could have been so much more. Really could have. The Raiders, to their credit, have not gone away. Neil Clarkson, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Yes, it's been the Manly show so far. But, yeah, it could have been so much worse. So much worse for the Raiders. So they've done all right. Ricky, I think he'll be furious at the halftime break, but not as much as we would expect. I think they've done well to hang in and not let this blow out. But they have to be the first to score in the second half. There's no two ways about that. That is non-negotiable here for the Raiders. They must be the first team to score in this second half. Absolutely no question about it. I'm going to switch off the auto exposure on my camera and see what happens. Whoa, it got very dark. Okay, I'm going to put the auto exposure back on the camera, I think. I was just curious. Curious to see what would happen. I feel like there's a lot of imbalance at the moment in the lighting, but that's all right. It's the least of my concerns. Ellis Williams says Storm 100 plus over the Titans. Maybe a slight exaggeration, but I can appreciate exaggerations. As we know, I have a tendency to exaggerate a fair bit myself. It should be a big score, though. The Storm, it should be a blowout. But we'll see. Stranger things have indeed happened. Could it be the Titans get on a little bit of a roll now? They've got their first win. Probably not. Let's face it. 20 points to 6 at halftime here. Let's quickly run through exactly what happened. It was Manly who got off to a flyer of a start. Tom Trbojevic got a try inside the first 10 minutes. He should have had one even earlier. But Ruben Garrick failed to deliver the pass, which would have sent Tommy Turbo unmarked under the posts. He did get one a couple of minutes later, though. Manly were leading 6 points to 0. Tommy Talau then scored completely against the run of play. Elliot Whitehead spilt the ball out the back, straight into the hands of Talau, who ran away and scored untouched. Pretty simple conversion was missed by Garrick. Manly led 10 points to 0. Then it got worse. Just a few minutes later, Cherry Evans dived on a loose ball to score. Conversion missed again from Ruben Garrick. It was 14-0. And then Ruben Garrick himself scored a try and converted. And then the Raiders against the run of play. Oh, an Elliot Whitehead intercept. Linking up with KO Weeks to score the try. And we have 20 points to 6 at the halftime break. Carvey Bar, ahoy, mate. Broncos are going to win 32-26. First try scorers for both teams. For Broncos, Ezra Mam and James Tedesco for the Roosters. There you go. That's Carvey's predictions for tonight. But let's remember Carvey's a Broncos supporter, so he's probably not going to tip anything else other than a Broncos victory. Yeah, I've got the Roosters winning. I've got the Roosters winning quite comfortably. Let's go. Let's see, what can I put on? Let's go in this next game. Well, I want to see what the weather's like first. I'm actually going to hold off and wait and see what the weather's like at Suncorp before I go making any predictions. Carvey says, it's funny, my mum goes for the Roosters and I go for the Broncos. It's going to be some family fire. For the stream, it'd be very nice for the Waste of Water Sports stream if we got a Panthers Sharks grand final. That'd be fabulous for the stream, because that would really, for one night only, that would really test father and son. I don't believe so, Carvey. Dolphins says 67-0 for some reason. Fair enough. Who's 67-0? The second half in this game, though, the Raiders are still in it. They must be the first team to score. If Manly score first, I would dare say that's game, set, and match. How's the Waste of Water Sports poll going? Sea Eagles at 66%. Raiders 7%. Broncos 23%. And a measly old 4% for the Roosters. What's that all about? Not a lot of love for the Roosters tonight, hey? Very interested to see the weather at Suncorp before I go making any further predictions, but I do have the Roosters winning that one. Half-time here, 20 points to 6. Manly over the Raiders. There's a few Raiders supporters there in the crowd wearing their Viking hats. Looking like a complete bunch of tosspots. Teams are out now for the second half. Raiders need to be the first team to score in this second 40. It will be critical for their game. Manly, they've got themselves in a position. The objective, simple for them. Score first. Neil Clarkson says weather is the same for both sides. I don't recall saying that it wasn't. I'm just saying I'm waiting to see what the weather is like before I go making any score predictions or try scoring predictions. If it's pissing down rain, it might not be. I don't want to do a four-leg multi with anytime try scorers if it's hammering down rain, because there might not be 4 try scorers. I think you've misunderstood something there, Neil. I'm not saying that's why I'm waiting to see what the weather's like. Carvey Bar says early prediction grand final Broncos versus Cowboys. Jesus Christ, Carvey, how are the Cowboys making it to the grand final based on current form? That is an extremely ambitious prediction. I don't think anybody else would have the Cowboys. The Cowboys will be lucky to make the 8 at this stage. The way that they've been playing. They played a lot better the other week against the Panthers, though. Fifth and last here for Manly. Second half underway. Cherry Evans puts it high. 40 metres out. It's all good, Neil. Yeah, I don't want to put like a high-scoring match in my multi and then find out that it's bucketing down rain and it's going to be a tight, scrappy contest, you know? The Roosters Broncos game has the potential to be a large try-scoring match, high-scoring affair, lots of try scorers. But if it's raining, it could be 8-6, you know? So I'm holding off everything until I see what the weather's like there at Suncorp. Up over halfway, go the Raiders. Both teams complete their first set. Fifth and last. Weeks puts it high. It looks like the rain stopped here. Dry condition, well, not dry, it's still wet on the field, but no more rain, it looks like, for the second half here. A very forlorn-looking Ricky Stewart up in the coach's box. Smurf, ahoy there. Up the Manly. Nathan Brown with the hit up. Manly stuck in their own half. Now they go up over the halfway line. That was a good run and good offload. Sipley. Cherry Evans down the short side, puts it high. How's the kick chase? Pressure on the Raiders at the back, but they've done well. Sebastian Chris takes it in the face of the chasers. Raiders ball back. Remember, the Raiders, you feel they have to be the first team to score in this second half if they're going to stay in it and mount some sort of fight back. Papa Leahy with a good charge up over halfway. It's the fifth and last. Another completed set. Weeks puts it high. Straight down the middle of the field. Straight to Tommy Talau. Takes it. No pressure there really on the kick chase. Coca-Cola beats one. Some good meters there from Cola. Saab takes it outside the 30. Anthony Camming, go Manly. Short side play again. They've noticed something. Down that short side, Manly are attacking there. Fifth and last, 40 out from the Raiders line. Brooks puts it high. Again, down that short side. Peppering Sebastian Chris. Chris takes it, brings it back well. Carby Bar asks, yes, did you hear about Phil Gould? Yes, I did. Poor Gus. Copped a fine for saying what we're all thinking. Credit to him for speaking up. More people need to speak up. Wear the fine. There was absolutely nothing at all dishonest about what he said. So I think, I think more people should do that. More people should speak out. The more people that speak out, cop the fine, and keep speaking out, maybe something will actually get changed. Fifth and last here, Raiders. Turnover to Manly. 20 out from their own line. Well, it's because he works for a club. He works for the Bulldogs, right? Covey, and that's the problem. There was nothing untrue about what he said, but you can't come out. He works for the Bulldogs. The Bulldogs play in the NRL. It's just like me. I couldn't come out and say, wow. I couldn't come out and publicly say, boy, but my job is stupid. My work sucks. It makes no sense. It might be true, but you're not allowed to do it. Now, if he weren't working for the Bulldogs and he was just working for Channel 9, he can say whatever he wants. But that's the problem. He works for the Bulldogs. So even though he was just being honest and telling the truth and saying what we're all thinking, if you're associated with a club, you're just not allowed to do it. Brooks puts it high, 5th and last, 25 out. This is a good kick chase. The Raiders let it bounce again. It could go anywhere. It comes down for Savage. A metre out from their own line here, the Raiders. Manly have started well in this second half. Tackle 3 now. Stuck inside their own 20. Oh, big hit put on Chris by Nathan Brown. Rocked him. 5th and last now, the Raiders, 20 out from their own line in midfield. Weeks goes on a little bit of a run before getting the kick straight down the gullet of Tommy Turbo. And Manly will start this set. 40 out from their own line. This is great field position. Tupou out for the Roosters tonight and JWH. Yeah, they've still got enough. The Roosters, they've still got enough left on the park to cause the Broncos some issues. Tommy Turbo, change of direction, finds himself some space. Cut out pass to Garrick. Garrick to Saab. Saab cuts back in field. He's well wrapped up. 20 metres out from the line. Kohler in midfield, 5th and last, 20 out. Manly on the attack, 9 minutes gone in this second half. They get a penalty right out in front. Oh, take the 2. Take the 2, it's a gift. Pressure on the neck. A silly penalty to give away on the 5th and last again. No, they've tapped and gone. Probably the smart decision. Morgan Smithies is on report for that one. And, we've got a pantsing. Sipley's had his pants completely pulled down. Brooks to the line. Out the back to Tommy. Tommy beats one. Stands in the tackle. Can't get the arms free. Manly still on the attack, though. 4 tackles up the sleeve. Through the hands they go to the right-hand side. Space here. Garrick throws the dummy. Slides over in the corner for his second. Ruben Garrick. 24 points to 6. The kick to come. That could be the ball game right there. Ruben Garrick gets a double. Great work there from Manly, just side to side, from left to right. Draw and pass, or draw and dummy in this case. A draw and dummy. They fell for it this time, the Raiders. And Ruben Garrick slides over. He made the right call that time. $24 points to 6. Kick to come from out wide. Ruben Garrick. He converted his own try earlier. Three converted tries the difference now. So not a big kick this one, but it would be nice to have for Manly. Garrick. He's been hooking them out to the left of the post from this side of the field. Let's see. This time he overcompensates and he hangs it horribly off to the right. Overcompensating. 24 points to 6 it remains. Reuben Garrick, he's left the kicking boots at home. We are so close now to State of Origin. Game 1 in Sydney, Wednesday, June 5. We're a month away, basically. That is crazy. How quickly that's all snuck up. From the kickoff, Matthew Lodge has dropped the ball. And every time Manly do this, every time they stretch their lead, they do something like that to just invite the Raiders back into the contest. That's a huge error from the kickoff. Raiders, can they strike back? "28 minutes left. Here go. The Raiders. Weeks slips as he passes. It's tapped on, and Kotrick cuts back in field. Manly get across and cover defence well. They force him all the way back in field in front of the posts. To the left-hand edge they'll go this time. Strange puts the step on. He's hit. He gets up and goes again. Ethan Strange still going. Offloads. The ball's kept alive. There's a chance here. Whitehead. They just need to get it out. They can't do it. Well wrapped up. No, Timoko gets away. He's still going. Offload back to Papali'i. Weeks now in midfield. It opens up for him, but it closes just as quickly. Jake Trebojevic with the tackle. Papali'i. A set restart. Oh, this is huge. A 6 again for the Raiders. Whitehead crashes over, and Elliot Whitehead scores. They just won't go away here. Ricky's Green Goblins. They refuse to die. They've been on the verge of being knocked out on multiple occasions. Manly let them off the hook. And again, it's Elliot Whitehead heavily involved in turning this game around for the Raiders. They're not out of it yet. Only 2 converted tries the difference, despite the domination that Manly have had. Oh, God, it's like Queensland in State of Origin. You just don't want to keep giving them chances. It doesn't matter who you're playing. Doesn't matter if it's the Panthers or the Titans or anyone in between. If you give too many chances, they'll eventually take them and make you look foolish. And that's just what the Raiders are doing at the moment. Hanging in there. Refusing to die, refusing to go away. And they're about to be only 2 converted tries away. It hasn't helped, of course, that Reuben Garrick left his kicking boots at home. The Manly would be even more comfortably ahead. And from right beside the post, KO Sports Weeks puts it through. 24 points to 12. The Goblins are not out of this one. Sons of bitches, they're still in it. Just can't keep them down at the moment. Plenty of time left in this game. Manly, do the heads drop now like it did in the first half? How's Super Rugby looking, DJ Shaq? Have you got an update for me, mate? I hope the Hurricanes went on with it and absolutely pummeled the Waratahs. 25 minutes to go in this one, though. 24 points to 12. They're back in at the Raiders. Ellis Williams, Hurricanes won 41-12. Yes. Shame about the 12. Ellis Williams says, Schuster to the Titans. What do we think? To be honest, he needs to be more like Schuster to the gym first before the Titans. Up over halfway. Here come the Raiders again. Yeah, I could see Schuster going to the Titans. I mean, not many clubs are going to want him, to be honest. And they'll have to sort out, like somebody's got to, I think the same, Ellis, I say the same about myself as well. It's like, okay, I can hardly talk about a player being overweight, but the thing to remember is these guys are getting paid big money to be in shape. We're not. We don't have to be in shape. They're getting paid the big bucks to be, though. That's the difference. Pay me $800,000 a year. I'll look like Sonny Bill Williams. Fifth and last here for Manly. The kick from halfway. Taken at the back from the Raiders. It's unbelievable to think Manly have dominated this game, but they're only leading by 12 points. Now, what was I on about? Oh, Schuster, yeah. Well, yeah. There's the little problem of Schuster's contract. Now, because Manly severely overpaid him, somebody's got to front that. Whether it's Manly, do Manly pay it out? I don't think any other club's going to pick it up. I mean, it'd be ridiculous. So, he might be on the shelf for a little bit. But we'll see. I've got no doubts. Somebody will pick him up. There will be a coach out there somewhere that sees the potential in Schuster and says, I can do it. I can bring the best out of this guy. I can get him focused. I can get him training hard. Manly gave... Okay, so Schuster's got his money. So no other club has to pick up the bill. Yeah, okay. Well, somebody will do it. Absolutely. Somebody will pick him up. There'll be a coach out there somewhere that goes, he's a fixer-upper, but I can do it. I can bring the best out of this kid. Jesus. Hey. I wouldn't even necessarily rule out Melbourne. Craig Bellamy... Schuster seems like the type of kid that Craig Bellamy is looking at and going, there's a superstar in there. And I think we can all agree that if Schuster dedicated himself, focused, there is superstar potential in there. Craig Bellamy is going to bring it out of somebody as this ball spills forward from Manly. And who is there on the spot once again? Elliot Bloody Whitehead. Another mistake in their own territory from Manly, gifting more points to the Raiders. They're back well and truly. 24-16, the kick to come from right in front. A huge mistake from Corey Waddell. Manly are just destroying themselves. I have never seen a team self-destruct this badly. Oh, wait. Broncos grand final last year. Manly are on the verge of the worst capitulation since last year's grand final. (24-16) kick to come from right in front. Oh, this is unbelievable. There's still 21 minutes to go. Plenty of time left in this game. And the Raiders are about to be a converted try away. KO Sports Weeks from right in front. Took him an eternity, but he finally pops it over from literally right in front. 24 points to 18. How crucial now are those missed conversions looking from Ruben Garrick? He's missed some easy ones as well, to be honest. Ruben Garrick, 2 from 5. So Manly should still be ahead, 30 points to 18 at the moment. Ruben Garrick's missed conversions could become absolutely critical. The belief in the Raiders team right now must be sky high. They're back in it. They're on top again. Momentum-wise, not on the scoreboard, obviously. But they've got all the momentum. Manly, error after error after error. And just like that, things can swing, right, Dan Jam? It was looking so comfortable. Raiders were staring down back-to-back defeats. I was looking at two in a row for our little wager. And suddenly, this game's in for a barnstorming finish. Fifth and last, Raiders up over halfway. Yeah, don't do that, Dan Jam. I did earlier, remember? And look how foolish I'm looking right now. Fifth and last, Raiders have it. Get the second kick away, and it's a shocker. Oh, it's going to sit up in the end goal. Everything's coming up Millhouse here for the Raiders. It looked like it was way too heavy, and then suddenly it takes an awkward bounce back into the arms of Tommy Turbo, who's trapped in his end goal. This looked like it was over the dead ball line for all money, and then it just pops up. 19 minutes to go. There's still an eternity left in this game. And the Raiders earn a dropout. Cherry Evans pumps it as far as he can upfield. Here come the Raiders. Can anyone say golden point? Ricky's Green Goblins wearing the white tonight, the white strip. They're suddenly on top. They've got all the momentum in the world here. Weeks, glue on his hands as always, takes the tackle. 10 out from the line. Here they go to the left. In front of the posts. Tarpany is caught. Tackle 4. Weeks to Chris, taps it on. Oh, can't get the ball out to an unmarked Kotrick. Timiko's cut down. Fifth and last. What can they come up with here? Weeks, crossfield kick. Saab goes up for it. It falls. Manly come away with it. That was important. They held on there. But it is Manly looking very flat as the Raiders race up out of the defensive line. They're suddenly looking very good here, the Raiders. This game could have, should have, would have. Could have, should have, would have. Now that should be a penalty. Getting in the way there. That was just stupidity from the Raiders. Starling. That was just stupid. Tom Starling. Getting in the way of the play of the ball and kicking the ball out. That was just nonsense from Starling. Silly stuff. And a gift penalty here for Manly. They had them under the pump. The knee crumbler says, I don't get why teams don't go for the point more in terms of the drop kick. Probably just a real lack of value. In all honesty, knee crumbler. Like in rugby union, it makes perfect sense. It's worth 3 points. And I'm happy for it to be worth 3 points in rugby. But in league, yeah, it just doesn't make sense. Like you're on the attack, you're 10 meters out from the opposition line. It doesn't make sense to just walk away with 1 point and then go all the way back down the other end of the field. You're much better off trying to keep your opponent pinned down and hope for an error. And more opportunity to get your 4 and your 6. Rugby union is a little bit different because you can take the kickoff, set up a ruck, boot the ball back down over the halfway line out on halfway, 50-50 ball. You don't have that in rugby league. You run the risk of making a mistake yourself, running it out of territory, giving the opposition the ball back in your own end, and you've only got 1 point to show for it. So that'd be the methodology behind it, I dare say. Crossfield kick from Brooksy. It's tapped back from Manly. 6 more tackles. That's what they needed. 6 more tackles. 10 out from the line. Tommy Turbo goes on his own. Almost gets the arms free. They're a metre short here, Manly. They go to the right. They're lined up out here. Aioli Sauce cuts back in field. Goes to contact on his own. They stay on the right-hand edge. Brooks. They get that all wrong. Lyrics, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Tackle 3 for Manly. 10 out. Oh, they're lined up here to the right. Manly, it's loose. Scooped up by Raiders. No, he loses it forward. Does Xavier Savage. Holy Christ. If Xavier Savage scoops that ball up, he is away. Xavier Savage is gonskis the length of the field if he can just hold on to that ball. Double knock on. First one by Manly. Oh, this game's going down to the wire. 14.5 minutes left. Ellis Williams says, hot take, the thing I don't like about rugby is those bloody kicking duels. I get that it's a strategy thing, but it's really boring to watch. No, I love it. I absolutely love it, Ellis, but I was a kicker myself. So, yeah, it'd be like, oh, penalty here to the Raiders from the scrum. Manly inside the 10. This game's going to go down to the wire. So, yeah, I was a kicker, so I love the kicking duels. It'd be like, for me, scrums, I appreciate them, but they're boring to watch. But if you tell that to a rugby prop, they're going to go, what are you talking about? Scrums are the best part of the game. You know what I mean? So, Ben, ahoy there. What NRL team do I support? I go for the Sharkies. The Raiders off the back of the penalty. No, in rugby union, they're not a waste of time. I love the game of chess. I love the contest for the ball. They're a waste of time in rugby league. 100%. Nobody at the back here for Manly. They just need the bounce, the Raiders. And that is a try for Nick Kotrick. And there will be a kick from the sideline to tie this game up with 13 minutes to go. If they didn't have belief before, by God, they've got it now. The Raiders were down and out twice in this contest. Where was Tommy Turbo? No fullback in sight for Manly. Rookie mistake. Well sought out there by KO Weeks. Realising Tommy T was nowhere to be found. I'm looking around the field. Where is he? Where was Tom Trebojevic? Nick Kotrick tippy-toes down the sideline to score. Ooh. Ben asks, how long do I stream on footy days? How long and how often? I do every weekend. I do whatever games I can. It just depends if I'm going out or not. Like, I think it's important as content creators, I think it's important that we don't burn ourselves out and we keep up a social life as well. So next weekend, for example, I've got a gig to go to on Saturday. So I'll be doing Thursday night, Friday night. I'll be taking Saturday off, and then I'll be back on Sunday, for example. But if I've got nothing else on, I would be doing all the Saturday games as well. From the sideline, KO Sports Weeks to tie this game up with 11 and a half minutes to go. He moves in. He strikes it. It's hooked off to the left, and Manly, they still lead by 2. Oh, God, this game. Going, well, not a music gig, a stand-up comedy gig. I'm off to see Jenny Tian at the Brisbane Powerhouse with Party Jesus. Now everyone knows where to find me next Saturday. There'll be a crew of paparazzi outside. Well, there probably will be. It's just they won't be for me. There'll be a couple of weirdos hiding in the bushes waiting for me. I think I see him. Manly with the kickoff. 24 points to 22. This one threatened to blow out big time. Manly. The mistake now from the Raiders, and it's Hopewade who's had a shocker. Albert Hopowade's really had a shocking game. He got sent off in the first half, and now he's made a mistake coming out of territory. No, in all honesty, I would hope that if anybody did see me out and about somewhere, that you wouldn't be hiding in the bushes. I would hope that you come up to me and say ahoy, and we head on over to the bar and have a drink together. Manly, here's a chance now to take control of this contest back again. Aioli sauce. What if they were reefer bushes? Well, then I'd be questioning how you found my house. I mean, what? What was the question? 20 out from the line. Paseka in midfield. You've got to be careful now with the Google Maps satellites, right? You've got to make sure that shit's covered up. A metre out from the line. Brooks on the 5th and last. Crossfield kick. Looking for Saab. They're up, Manly. And Jason Saab, the big giraffe of a human being, takes it down and scores the match-winning try. Surely. Oh, it's gone up as no try by the referee. There's a lot to look at, apparently. Jason Saab has potentially scored the match winner for Manly. We need to have a look. Gerard Susu says, hug the tree like Paul Kent from NRL 360. Oh, poor old Kenty. I like Kenty. Oh, it's knock on from Manly. That's what we're looking at. Paul Kent might obviously make some pretty silly life decisions, but as a pundit, I like his opinions more often than not. Now Saab's knocked this on. This is going to be no try. They're still in it, the Raiders. Oh, we thought that was it. Saab's knocked it on into the head of Ruben Garrick. And the Raiders off the hook. No try. 24-22 it remains. 9 minutes to go. $20-metre tap. The Goblins. They'll have an opportunity here. Up the other end to steal the lead for the first time in this match. 7 tackle set. Rolling up the field. Ellis Williams says, I'm Polynesian. Of course, I go to KFC every Sunday. The Knee Crumbler says Mal Meninga is going to sub on. Defunct says, I wonder if someone can get the video of him being dragged around and put it with that tackle where Tallis drags that guy halfway across the field. I could do that if I had the time. Tapped back here on the 5th and last for the Raiders. They get the second kick in, and it's the absolute worst kick you'll ever see. Horrendous. I have the capabilities. I mean, I did the Wasted Water Sports video intro. If anyone's been around at the start of streams or at the end of streams and seen the Wasted Water Sports NRL commentary intro video, I put that together. So, I certainly have the capabilities. I just don't necessarily have the time. Is the problem, but it is something I'll take note of. And see if I can come up with it. It would be a laugh. Bear Flevel, ahoy there. It's all right. Better late than never, right? Better late than never. And a big game coming up after this one. Broncos, Roosters. The Roosters will be without JWH. They'll be without Daniel Tupou. For the Broncos, Ezra Mam's returning. Ellis Williams says, all I can say about Kenty is he's better than Buzz. I actually don't mind Buzz. I've got to be honest. And I don't say that just because he's a Shark supporter. ScoMo was a Shark supporter as well, and he's a dick. Can't stand him. So it's not just a Sharks thing. But I actually don't mind Buzz. He says some really stupid stuff, but you've also got to consider that he's very old. The brain probably doesn't tick over like it used to. He does say some very bizarre things, but I actually don't mind him. He's good value. It's better than Gordon Tallis. Gordon Tallis on bloody NRL 360. I'm tearing my hair out listening to that big goof. I mean, I would never call him a goof to his face. Oh no, Jason Saab loses it, and Manly are offside here. That should be an offside penalty. Aioli Sauce has dived on the ball, and there should be a penalty and an opportunity to take the 2. It gives me a brain injury every night when I watch NRL 360 and he's on it listening to the rabble that he comes out with. So yes, I think he's already given me one, Michelle, to be honest. Gordon Tallis is the only person, apart from just women in general, the only person that will change his viewpoint mid-conversation just so that he can argue with the other person. I've never heard anything like it, as I said, apart from old relationships. Cancel, #cancel Waste of Water Sports. Looking for the offside here with 5.5 minutes to go. It's been knocked on by Saab. It was dived on by Aioli Sauce. On-field decision remains. Oh, they're lucky to get away with that, Manly. Mind you, challenge is called inconclusive. Mind you, they probably would have preferred the penalty in this situation, because with 5.5 minutes to go, the call was an obvious one. A shot at 2 points. This is a huge set of 6. This is massive here for the Raiders. Weeks takes it to the line. 5.5 minutes left. 2 points the difference. The Raiders are on the attack 10 metres out. Big defence on Mariota in midfield. Starling out the left to Strange. It almost opens up. A set restart here for the Raiders. Oh, they must score, surely. The Raiders. Whitehead goes to ground on tackle 1. Brooks has copped a sack whacking. Tackle 3, a metre short. Starling to Weeks. Weeks, another set restart. 4 minutes 48 to go. Tarpany. They've got to score here, the Raiders. They must. They've had set restart after set restart. They'll get another one here. Manly are up way too quick. Through the hands. It opens up on the left. Hopewade tries to get on the outside of Garrick. Garrick brings him down. A good one-on-one tackle. Now, Starling runs across field. He's dumped by Aoli Source. Tackle 4. Can they hold on here? Manly, they've made this very difficult on themselves. Whitehead runs across the face of the post, straightens. 5th and last. 4 minutes to go. Here we go. This is it. Short side. Strange puts the kick through, and that must be a try for Hudson Young. With 4 minutes to go, the Raiders have stolen it. Ricky's Green Goblins have stolen this game. Oh, is he onside? Hudson Young, was he onside? Yes, he was by that camera angle. The first camera angle suggested he was a step offside. That camera angle suggests that he was onside. Try confirmed. 26-24. And how crucial those missed conversions from Reuben Garrick. Reuben Garrick missed 3. Manly should be leading 30 points to 26. How critical are your goal kicks? What a turnaround. Again, it was just Manly had the foot on the throat, released it, lifted the Raiders back up. This is a red line through Manly. If they lose this game, red line through Manly for the season. Three and a half minutes to go. They'll get one last crack at it, Manly. Theoretically. One last shot. Weeks. Oh, God. KO Weeks takes weeks to have these shots of conversion. Bloody hell. He moves in. He pushes it out to the right. 26-24. A penalty to tie it up and take us to Golden Point. Two minutes 47 to go. There'll be a couple of opportunities left. Hudson Young gets himself on the try scorers chart. They go short, Manly. Why? Why would you do that? Well, because they've got a result. It's been lost forward by the Raiders. A double knock on, lost forward by the Raiders. They've captain's challenged. I don't know why. They've got a captain's challenge. It was a pretty blatant knock on. But I suppose with 2.5 minutes to go, you want the ball back, don't you? So let's see. Have Manly got hands to this first? No, it's been lost forward by Xavier Savage. And Manly, with 2.5 minutes to go, will be on the attack. They'll have the scrum down 40 metres out. Xavier Savage spills it. Manly with an opportunity. Challenge unsuccessful. 2.5 minutes to go. Manly ball. Scrum down. They go short side and they lose it on play one, but it's play on. Oh, Manly have lost it on tackle one. Manly have lost it on play one from the scrum. Raiders ball. Oh, you wouldn't read about it. Stick a fork in them, they're done. Carl Lawton. Dead set shocker of a pass. 1 minute 44 to go, and that was Manly's chance. The Raiders can just run the clock down now. That was just so bad. Panic stations there. Manly. Atrocious. 1 minute 18 to go. Manly have to go the length of the field. They have one last set of 6. They've got to go from their own 10-metre line all the way up to the other end. Missed conversions. How crucial is goal kicking as Brooks goes on a dart, finds some space, 41 seconds left. How critical are goal kicks? Reuben Garrick missed 3 conversions tonight. Here we go, 5th and last. 2-point field goal. 2-point field goal, DCE. He has a crack. It's off target, off to the right, and that'll be the game. The Raiders have stolen this one. 26-24. Ricky's Green Goblins put a line through Manly for the season. They're done. Another case of Manly starting well and then falling away. Anyone who loses to the Raiders this season, put a line through them. Malcolm, ahoy there, mate. (26-24), the missed conversions. 3 conversions, quite simple ones at that. Very, very simple kicks, really, by Reuben Garrick standards. The difference between the two teams. Wow, I have not seen a bigger capitulation since the Broncos in the grand final. Manly had that game in the bag on multiple occasions and just simple errors. I mean, missed conversions from Garrick aside, because it sounds like I'm blaming Ruben Garrick. I'm not. As a goal kicker myself, when I played, you miss some. It happens. There were bigger underlying issues there with Manly's performance. Yeah, there were bigger underlying issues there. The mistake from the kickoff from Matthew Lodge. The dropped balls. Ellis Williams off to watch the Roosters Broncos game. Roosters Broncos coming up next. Ricky's Green Goblins. You can't believe it. Quentin Paul. OMG. Raiders got back up for the win. Painful viewing. Anyone who was on Manly tonight, that was painful. Just a disaster. I've got the Roosters in the next game, even though it is at Fortress Suncorp. Well, of course it is. I don't even need to say that. What am I even talking about? I don't need to mention that the Broncos are playing at Suncorp on a Friday night. I mean, they're bloody owned by News Corp. Of course they get the Friday night games at home. But I digress. But yeah, I've got the Roosters winning regardless. Roosters in a close one. Hey, we could even go to Golden Point. I'm keen to see what the weather's like, though. I'm very into the Broncos are the darlings of the NRL. Well, Malcolm, in fairness, they're owned by News Corp. News Corp are the major broadcast partner of the NRL, so, I mean, makes sense. Gamer Mel, ahoy there. I mean, I'm not even saying it as a bad thing. It makes perfect business sense. Broncos bring numbers, man. It's as simple as that. So, of course, they're going to get the big game. Broncos bring crowds as well. So, of course, you're going to want more games at Suncorp. Like, I take the piss and I make a joke out of it, but from a business perspective, I'm not even kidding around. It makes perfect sense. They're owned by the broadcast partner. They bring the numbers. They bring the numbers to the stream. I love doing Broncos games. They bring numbers to YouTube as well. So, I mean, it's not even a bad thing, but it's true. The fact can't be denied. It's right in front of our faces. Gamer Mel says, how was the first game? I was not able to watch it. Manly, Amber Hearded the bed, shall we say. Manly were leading 20-0 at one point. Threw the game away. Literally threw the game away. On multiple occasions. Dead set shocker. Dead set shocker. Sent my tipping up Schitt's Creek. Oh, well, I'm still on top of the table. Have I mentioned that yet tonight? I don't think I have. I don't think I've mentioned yet that I am on top of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. Broncos Roosters coming up next. The knee crumbler. We need to update the All-Stars. What am I going to do? There's no room anymore. What I might have to do is gifted subs, right? Gifted subs, I think, because Game of Mel, remember when Game of Mel, it was either earlier this year. What is up with my camera tonight? It keeps going. My camera's like pulsing light. It's really weird. Yeah, remember when Game of Mel gifted the subs either last season or earlier this year? Can't remember. And I think it was last season. Game of Mel gifted the subs at one point, and she got the VIP. She got the VIP badge. I think that maybe the knee crumbler gets a VIP badge. The gifted subs, because they're gifted subs, the credit needs to go to the knee crumbler, not necessarily the people that you understand what I'm trying to say? Because they're gifted subs. So I think it needs to be the credit goes to the gifter, not the receiver. So maybe I'll leave those people off the list unless they choose next month to renew their membership. I think that's probably the way to do it, because I'm out of room. Honestly, when I came up with this concept, devised this concept of, oh, by the way, knee crumbler, I still need to answer you on Discord, mate. That's you, isn't it? We need to talk some marketing and whatnot. I think that was you who messaged me that I still haven't answered, but I still remember. You got to give me credit for that. I still bloody remember. But yeah, when I devised the concept of the All-Stars squad, I never really imagined that we'd be at this point now where there's like bloody more than a team full of you. So, yeah. I mean, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I hadn't really thought it through as to what happens when we get more than a team full of people. Broncos. Oh, Jesus. Okay, I need to get set up for this next game. Broncos, Roosters coming up. I've got to get my team sheets and everything up. All right, Discord's still running. So for those of you on the Discord, the game is up. You can see it. Roosters coming out onto the field. All right, I've got to get the team sheet up. Oh, God. All right, just a sec. I'll switch myself off for a second. Junior Chem says, go Roosters. Hell yeah, go Roosters. Absolutely, we go Rooster. Broncos now coming out onto the field, the home side. Geez, I need a better system for this. I really do. I need a producer. I need a full-time producer. Can do all this for me in the background when we've got these double headers. All right. There we go. I think I'm sorted. Teams around on the field. I think I'm going to miss the kickoff because I really, really, really badly need to pee. I didn't get a chance before that other... Oh, God. The kickoff. All right, I'll try and hold on for a break in play, but I'm not as young as I used to be. It's very hard to hold on. It's hard to hold the PP in once you reach a certain age. And it is the Broncos with first use. The Knee Crumbler says, get someone in on work experience as a producer. Not a bad idea. Really not a bad idea. I could hit up the local... TAFE down the road there. So, hey, anyone looking for some experience? Fifth and last, Broncos race through that first set. Oh, the Roosters stand back and watch the ball bounce. James Tedesco saves the day. But that was ludicrous. That was the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen, to stand back and watch that ball bounce. Who was that? You don't stand back and watch that bounce. Got to attack that ball. That could have been a disastrous start for the Rooster. Teddy Tedesco, though, saves the day. Disastrous start. They get through the set, put the kick in. Reece Walsh, he wanted that ball. They got in each other's way at the back there, the Broncos, but they get away with it. So both teams have made a complete and total cack out of the high balls to start this contest. The Roosters one looked a little bit worse, though, got to say. That Roosters one was a disaster. Broncos bringing it out of territory. Alan Calatoni, the Raiders defeated the Manly Seagulls 26 points to 24. They stole it in the end. High ball pressure on Dom Young at the back. Absolutely crunched in the tackle. Does well to hold on to it. Both teams looking shaky to start this match. And now a loose carry from Swalihi. Big mistake here. And an early opportunity here for the Broncos. All right, this is my opportunity. That presented me a golden opportunity. Stephanie, stay funny, Steph, ahoy. Corey Jensen charges towards the line. Stephanie says Manly lost. Woo. Come on now, Steph. Manly's loss means that the Raiders won, and that's shite. A 6 again here for the Broncos. Surprised it wasn't a penalty, to be honest. From dummy half goes Walters. A little bit of white line fever from Billy. The offload is touched by Collins. This will be 6 more tackles again for the Broncos. Walsh will kick on tackle 1. Well, Reece Walsh, that was horrible. Let the Roosters off the hook. They just got a set restart. And Reece Walsh decides to kick on tackle 1. Well, there you go. I mean, there's your superstar, folks. How's that for decision making? Short restart, tap back by the Roosters, and Connor Watson has it. The Roosters come away with it. Oh, you're defending Reece Walsh now? Ah, Okay. Well, it took you a while, Michelle, but she's finally hooked into the Reece Walsh fever. Wow. She hated him a couple of weeks ago. Alan Calatoni says, thanks, mate, for the result. I'm chatting with you from Papua New Guinea. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yes. Because there's nothing better for a YouTube channel than the host standing here in silence and not offering up an opinion. All right. Zip. I'm zipped. All right. I'm very committed to the joke, but I'm also going to lose viewers if I stay committed to it. Up over halfway now go the Broncos. Ezra Mam almost goes through. Tackle 4. Quick play the ball. Walters now puts the kick in. It's charged down by Tedesco. It'll be 6 more tackles for the Broncos. Reynolds comes away with it. Shapes to kick for some reason. No one was falling for that. They're not going to kick on tackle 1 2 sets in a row, surely. Nobody's that goofy. Payne in the Haas gets the offload back. It's all Broncos early on here at Fortress Suncorp. Mam takes it to the line, goes on his own. The pass was on out to the left. Carrigan just settles things down for the 5th and last. But it's been all Broncos in this opening 8 minutes. Reynolds puts the kick through. It sits up for Ricky, but Ricky spills it forward. And now he's bunging it on, acting like he's got a shoulder injury rather than just admitting that he screwed it up. It's like when I used to play snooker and I would miss a really easy shot. I'd look at the tip of my cue like, oh, what's going on there? It couldn't possibly have been me. The kick through from Reynolds was perfectly placed. Who said discombobulating? Who said discombobulating? I can't imagine any of the Fox Sports commentators using that word. And as expected, no try. Jordan Ricky with the knock on. And what? Hang on, why have the Broncos got the ball? Jordan Ricky's knocked it on in the end goal, but the Broncos have got the ball. What? Penalty Broncos? What the fuck? Oops, wrong shirt. How have the Broncos got a penalty for that? Jordan Ricky knocks the ball on in the end goal. Broncos get a penalty. What the hell just happened? That's what I was looking for. Wow, the Suncorp factor is in effect. Nice and early in this one. Jeez. Ezra Mam to the line. Short ball to Ricky. This to RK. I guess they wanted to get Ricky a try. That must have been on the agenda tonight. Jordan Ricky had to score a try. And absolutely no surprise that this game is starting to blow up. If I were the Roosters, I'd be pretty pissed too. Well, the Roosters defender's been taken out of the defensive line. But I'm sure they'll let that go because it was a Broncos player who did it. I want to know how the Broncos ended up with a penalty from that last play. That is so confusing. Jordan Ricky knocks the ball on over the try line, and the Broncos have received a penalty on the 10-metre line. I will need that explained to me. Lindsay Collins been taken out of the defensive line there as well, but they've got away with that too. Oh, the Broncos fanboys back in the chat. Okay. Teddy didn't grab his arm. Jesus. I mean, there's one-sided. There's one-eyed. And then there's that decision. Believe me, I know a thing or two about one-eyed. Been there myself many times. Well, the script has been written tonight. Jordan Ricky needed to get on the try scorer sheet. He knocked it on, cocked it up the first time, so they gave him a second effort. DJ Schmovie says penalty was awarded for taking out the kicker, denying him a chance to run after the ball. Then there was knock on in goal. Hey, Jake Punchy, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Welcome to the Suncorp Broncos show, where we await the next penalty for something or other. Let's see how many there'll be tonight. Fifth and last, Broncos up over halfway. Reynolds puts the kick up. Whoa! Dominic Young takes it. His locks flowing in the air behind him. Bacon, ahoy, mate. Roosters get the offload. Tedesco keeps his pants on for once. Up towards halfway. Roosters finally get some ball. 6 again. Carey to Crichton. Crichton bursts through. Angus Crichton still running. Inside the 20-metre line. Carey spots half a gap. It shuts down quickly. Reynolds slow to get up. 6 more. Walker, Tedesco, cut out pass to Young. It was a little bit too far out in front of him. Offloads back to Manu, and Manu will score. Let's see how they try and take this off them. The Roosters hit back. What a run from Angus Crichton. Bacon, it's your old man's birthday today. Oh, very nice. I thought the Roosters had ballsed that up. The pass out way too far out in front of Dom Young. He does extremely well. Gets the go-go gadget arms over. Reece Walsh horribly out of position as always. And Joey Manu, uncontested. Happy birthday to the old man, Bacon. Sam Walker with the conversion. Over it goes. 6 points all. Dominic Young did extremely well there. Joey Manu on the receiving end of the perfect offload. 6 points all, 11 minutes gone. Wow, actually the screen, that's frozen, isn't it? It's 13 minutes gone. Broncos with the restart. Collins taken high there from Staggs. No call, unsurprisingly. Hey, at least the weather's looking good. Should be a high-scoring game. Who's in your multi? Manu. Nice. Roosters spread it out to the left. Angus Crichton again gets the fend on. Ed Vogel, ahoy mate. Roosters get the kick down. Reece Walsh takes it on the full. Takes it back to the line. Broncos ball. 30 out from their own try line in midfield. Ezra Mam in a dummy half. Arthur's back to take the hit off. Bacon, predictions on this game. Well, I was waiting until I saw the weather before I made any predictions on scoreline or whatnot. Oh, slightly high there from Nat Butcher. And this one's called. Couldn't help but notice there was no call on the high shot on the Roosters in the last set of 6, but the Broncos sure got one. Clearly high. So Michelle's got Manu, Mariner, Cobbo, and Swalehi. Well, Swalehi's had a shocking start to the game, so I'm not too sure about him. Manu, tick, the big D. He'll be right. Cobbo's not really scoring. Is Cobbo scoring tries this year? I don't think the move to the centres is really suiting him. Selwyn Cobbo's not a centre. I realised that the big D's played extremely well, so Walters... Oh, the pass! Into the gap goes Piacora. They get a 6 again here, the Broncos. Reynolds to Carrigan. Carrigan sets it up in midfield. Tackle 2 here in front of the post. Broncos, they go right. Ezra Mam puts the kick in. Why are they kicking so early in the tackle count, the Broncos? Trying to take the Roosters by surprise, I'm assuming. But it's not really working out for them. And Ezra Mam, he'll want that play over again. The Roosters come away with it. Boy, I'm not sure that was the right call. Collins beats Carrigan. Carrigan comes back at him. And Ezra Mam holds on. What an effort from little Ezra. Lindsay Collins was charging at him. The cheese to Carey on the 5th and last. They raced through that set, the Roosters. Taken on the full at the back by the big D. Slow play of the ball. Arthurs. Dummies goes on his own. This game is flying. There's 23 minutes left in the first half. Carrigan, big charge up over halfway. Reynolds, dummies out wide, goes short. Right off the hip is Jordan Ricky. Fifth and last, well read by the Roosters defence. Walsh with the chip and chase. Not sure what that's all about. Tedesco beats Walsh. Great kick return there from Teddy. Jake Ponchy says, Dan, mind if I make a fantasy team for you? What, in the NRL fantasy game? Am I allowed to be like a general manager, sort of overseer? Like, for example, if you were to say to me, Dan, I'm making a fantasy team for you, and Reece Walsh is your fullback, am I allowed to say, no, I'd rather a better fullback, thank you? Could be fun. Could be a bit of fun. The Big D. So has it been raining at all at Suncorp? It looks very, very dry out there. It seems like the rain from out our way didn't quite make it up there. Walters turns it inside to Carrigan. Fifth and last, Broncos. 40 out from their own line. Reynolds runs up to halfway. Keeps it low and flat in behind Tedesco. Sits up for Teddy. Runs across field, links up with Dom Young. Dom Young was sized up by Jesse Arthurs, and Jesse Arthurs has come off second best in that exchange. Oh, was there a head clash? Jesse Arthurs has just torpedoed himself at Dom Young. And Arthurs came off second best in that. Oh, head clash. Oh, big head clash. Dominic Young and Jesse Arthurs have kissed cheeks. And that could be the end of the night for Arthurs. Dom Young's got to go for HI as well. He was caught high there from Ezra Mam, of all people. How does Ezra Mam tackle Dominic Young high? For God's sake. How does that even happen? Jeez, Jesse Arthurs is off. He's in a bad way in back play. Meadowbrook is my local, Bacon. Yes, it is, indeed. Jesse Arthurs coming from the field. Bacon, you were just in Meadowbrook? Nice. You know what? Meadowbrook, the little Meadowbrook shops there, the awesome chicken. Keep an eye out for that store, Bacon. Awesome chicken. And Robin's Pizza and Pasta. Delish. Bacon says, I'm taller than Mam. Everyone's taller than Ezra Mam. A mistake on tackle 2 for the Roosters. Are they going to challenge it? Captain's challenge. Was it Swalehi? Swalehi's having a dead set shocker tonight. Swalehi's got the butterfingers. The Roosters are captains challenging. He's just lost that cold, Swalehi. He's having a shocker. Oh, excuse me. Challenge unsuccessful. Jake Ponchy says, sorry, Dan, went to the toilet. Okay, you don't need to apologize for that. Jesus. That's not something you need to apologise for. Scrum down here for the Broncos. Swally here with the loose carry. Big mistake early in the tackle count. Broncos go left. Ten metres out from the line. Haas on the dummy run. They've got numbers to burn to the right here. The Broncos, they hold the pass up. The Roosters did extremely well to number up there. Their defensive line stays intact. Here goes the Payne and the Haas looking to get the arms free. Tackle 4, 10 out. Carrigan to Reynolds. Reynolds calls runners inside, goes outside to Walsh. Walsh looks for the grubber kick, does the Billy Slater drop kick instead. And again, the Roosters off a weak kick. Ezra Mam and Reece Walsh, they need to rethink their kicking strategy here, I believe. It's been pretty abysmal. He pulled out the Billy Slater there. Little Reese's Pieces. Fifth and last for the Roosters, not making a lot of yardage. Back to Walker for the kick. It's slightly off the side of the boot. He didn't get good purchase on it. Walsh takes it on the full. Fires it across to Cobbo. Broncos have the ball back. This game is going at an electric pace. A quarter of the way gone already. Captain Redbeard, ahoy mate. Payne and the Haas and the Big D. What a combo. I love my nicknames. My player nicknames, I love them. And it's brilliant because people have very little idea who I'm talking about. Walters scoots out a dummy half. Fifth and last. Carrigan slots in for the play of the ball. It's a high kick from Reynolds. Pressure on Teddy at the back. Taken by Ezra. Can he flick the pass away? He can. It's tapped back by the Broncos. They've lost a lot of yardage, though. And Brandon Smith dives on the loose ball. The cheese. The benefits of being lazy sometimes, right? And now he's done for the night. Jeez. Brandon Smith, who doesn't know what the wasted world of sports is, that's it. He's done for the night. He's dived on the loose ball and the trainer's called him off. That's him. That's his big moment. Roosters, shocking offload. Loose ball out the back, Carey. The Roosters are abysmal tonight. Jeez. They're playing so bad. Manu kicks over the top on tackle 4. They need the bounce. It bounces for Cobbo. Cobbo juggles it forward. Regathers. Broncos ball. Well, he's tapped it forward, so it's called a knock on. Bacon says, who you backing for Cowboys and Dolphins? Ooh. Yeah, I think at the moment I'm leaning towards the Dolphins. Cowboys did play a lot better last week, though. Yeah, where is it? Who's the home team? I might have to rethink that one. Cowboys did really well last week against the Panthers. I'd say that I'm leaning towards the Dolphins, but yeah, the Cowboys are hard to predict this season. Right, Captain Redbeard? Captain Redbeard. I'll try and speak properly. Captain Redbeard's a Cowboys supporter. They're very hard to predict at the moment, aren't they? The Roosters spread it wide early in the tackle count again, but the Big D... The Big D holds firm in defense. And the Roosters are just shadowed over the sideline. They're not playing well at all here, the Roosters. Lots of panic in the game. And the Broncos gifted the ball back. Bless you. Short side they go here, the Bronx. Pierre quarter. Quick play the ball. Carrigan in midfield. Payne in the Haas spills the ball. Payne in the Haas drops the ball cold on tackle 3, I think it was. The third tackle. Rodney Rapper, ahoy there, mate. Payne Haas. Oh, that's a huge mistake from... You don't expect to see that from Payne in the Haas. Short side go the Roosters now. Angus Crichton. Taken on tackle 2. 15 minutes left in the half. Roosters on the attack. They stay on this left-hand edge. Keary, cut out pass to Swalihi. Well wrapped up by Ricky. Couple of tackles up the sleeve here for the Roosters. Been a scrappy old game, that's for sure. Lots of errors, says Bacon. 5th and last. Jake Ponchi. Whoop. Here's the kick. It's a shocker. Although it hasn't been touched by Pierre Cora. Pierre Cora might have got an accidental touch on that. This might be a result for the Roosters. A dead set shocking kick. An absolute dead set shocker of a kick. It might have yielded a result. He's clearly tapped at that. Reece Walsh goes long with the dropout. Kicked the absolute leather off it. Lindsay Collins winds up. Okay, so Jake Ponchi. Here's the fantasy team. Gutherson. You do realise Gutherson's now out for at least a month or 2 from surgery. So can we have somebody else at fullback, please? Gutherson's out with surgery, so yeah, let's not have him. Tedesco dummies almost scoots through. 13 minutes left in the half. From dummy half, here goes Angus Crichton, and Angus Crichton goes over to score. Angus Crichton from dummy half catches them napping. And the Roosters take the lead. And just like the grand final last year, the Broncos are caught napping around the play the ball area. Reece Walsh was not paying attention at all. Roosters lead 10-6. What was Reece Walsh doing there? He was not watching the play the ball. He was looking over to the left somewhere. And Angus Crichton said, "Thank you very much, mate. I'll have this gap," just like Nathan Cleary did in the grand final. Reece Walsh leaves a hole around the play of the ball area. And the Roosters go, "Thank you." Where was he going, Reece Walsh? I mean, Jordan Ricky and Reynolds still should have made that tackle exactly the same as the grand final. But what was Reece doing? A mile out of position, as always. 10 points to 6, kick to come. All right, so who else have we got there? All right, so Gutherson, we can't do it, Jake. We can't do it. Gutherson's going to be out for at least a month. Wingers, To'o and Coates, I love it. Centres, Manu and Swalihi, I love it. Halfback, Cleary, goes without saying. 5'8", Luai. If you've got Cleary at halfback, you've got Luai at 5'8", goes without saying. Props, Payne in the Haas and Pluto, Paulo. Ooh, look, I'll accept it because I'll accept it, but I'm not. Yeah, I don't think Paulo's in career best form. Let's put it that way. Second row, Gilbert and Sewer, Lock Yo. Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all. Who have we got there? WSM, Snoopy, Roosters fan. Nice. Ahoy there, WSM, Snoopy. I'm a Roosters fan for tonight because they're playing the Broncos, and I freaking hate the Broncos. If you look up the definition of hate in the dictionary, there'll be my face looking at a Broncos team. Ollie is the best. Ahoy there. Have a guess who would be a cheeky monkey. Careful. Out of Reed or Jonathan. I think you've asked me this before. I think I said Jonathan. Jonathan's a cheeky buggers. I know a few Jonathans, and they're all cheeky buggers. Reed's more sort of, I'm cool, I'm hip. Jonathan are the cheeky buggers. I'm going Jonathan. Tedesco takes this on the full. And the Roosters have the ball back. 9 minutes 44 to go until the halftime break. Roosters with the slender lead. Roosters with the ball. Jeez, Tedesco did extremely well to hold on to that one. Bacon, you're leaving at halftime? What are you doing, mate? Are you going down to Awesome Chicken? You're going to pick up some fried chicken for the halftime break. The Big D takes it, runs away from the defence, runs across field, though. He made about 30 metres, but it was all cross field. Penalty Broncos! Yes! I've been waiting to promote the T-shirts. Jake Ponchy says, Dan, how long have you been doing this? Okay, well, that's a bit of a loaded question. Well, not a loaded question. It's a very fair and basic question, but it's a loaded answer. So, I first started Wasted World of Sports. Let's talk about it at halftime. Jake, if you're here at halftime, because it's going to take me a while. It's going to take me a while to bollocks through the answer. Here come the Broncos now with 8 minutes to go till the break. We could be going into halftime. Honestly, 12-all at halftime, I feel would be a very just scoreline. The way this game's gone. The Broncos dominated the start. Oh, now the Roosters have got the ball. No. Penalty Broncos. Penalty Broncos. All right, I'm noticing a theme here tonight. If the Broncos lose the ball, they get a penalty. I think the Roosters need to make sure that the Broncos hold on to the ball. Justin Karam, you're still a diehard Bronx. Listening from Copex, East New Britain, PNG. Jake Punchy says, lol, penalty Broncos. Fantastic t-shirts. I'm actually going to make, just so that the Broncos fans, they get uppity. They're like, oh, penalty Broncos. Just so you're aware, I am going to release a series of t-shirts that's penalty, like insert any team name here, as Reece Walsh doing what Reece Walsh does, comes up with a big mistake when the Broncos are hot on the attack. There's your $1 million baby, Broncos. There's your $1 million boy. And he's gone and cocked up like he always does. Swalehi runs away on the back of the Reece Walsh error. And now, here comes Angus Crichton on the charge, straight through a gap. Roosters on the attack. Oh, big mistake there. Number 14, Seo Wong. And now the Broncos lose it. Oh, it's a scrappy old game. Double knock on. Teddy's blowing up over the call, but it's a clear no advantage. Double knock on. Don't challenge it, Teddy. Don't challenge it. It was a clear double knock on. Just play on, Teddy. Don't waste your challenge. There's a long way left in this game. Oh, what? They've lost their challenge. The Roosters lost their challenge, really? When did they do that? Was I in the toilet? Those great big goofs. T-shirt plug. When did they waste their challenge? I don't remember that at all. Was I here? I mean, there is a likelihood that I was gone. Swalehi challenged a knock on. Oh, yeah, true. Well, they're screwed, aren't they? Yes, I remember that now. Carrigan out the back to Reynolds. Good shape here. Out to the right. But Walsh throws it loose out the back. Roosters. Oh, Reece Walsh is... Oh, he's having a shocker tonight, Reece. Swalehi offloads. Angus Crichton will score. Off the back of another Reece Walsh error. And the Roosters extend their lead. Reece Walsh with a gift-wrapped present for the Roosters. There he is. There's your little golden boy, Brisbane. Have him. I'm so glad that you've got him. He lost you the grand final. And at the moment, he's losing you this game as well. It's the Reece Walsh show at the moment, but in all the wrong ways for the Broncos. Roosters lead 16-6, kick to come. Crichton's having an absolute banger, isn't he? Says Jake Ponchi. 2 tries. What a pass from Swalehi here, though. Look at that. The pass from Swalehi, who has had a shocker himself tonight so far. Rebounds well. Roosters extend their lead with 3 minutes to go till the halftime break. And the Broncos in the chat are subtly very quiet. Angus Crichton probably needed to grow that Bond villain beard a lot earlier. Walker with the conversion straight through the middle. Conversion successful. 18 points to 6, the Roosters lead. Well, I wasn't talking about you specifically, Michelle. You're obviously not the only one. Lara. No, Nate from We Are Family, a big, big Queensland and Broncos supporter. Justin, Broncos supporter. Justin's not quite, though. Justin's chatting. No, there's a few of you out there. Jim Favre, game not finished yet. Still a second half to go. Anything can happen. Jim, we saw that in the last game, didn't we? The Raiders were down 20-0. Oh, ass crack. Who's that? Connor Watson. Who cares? Two minutes to go till the break. Oh, Reece Walsh and Selwyn Cobbo get in each other's way. Lara? What are you barking at out there? That. No need for all of that commotion. Justin says, one from you, golden boy, before halftime. Speaking of the golden boy, from inside the 40, looking for a 40-20. Teddy's there to take it on the full. Yeah, look, obviously, Justin, I'm like, oh, geez, Kevy looks pissed. Holy hell. All right, if I'm the Broncos, I am not going into the sheds at halftime. Did everyone just see, everyone who has access to the game, did everyone just see the look on Kevy's face? I am not going into the changing rooms at halftime. Holy crap. Kevy Walters is furious. If I caught that on the big screen, I am not going into the sheds at halftime. Broncos, come away with it. They'll have last say in this first half. But yeah, Justin, obviously I'm not a fan of the Broncos. I appreciate and respect everybody who does go for the Broncos. And I appreciate that you're still there, mate. I appreciate that you appreciate that. Obviously, I've got a show to do. So, part of that show is we're a comedy channel. I take the piss. I exaggerate. My dislike turns into hatred. And that is halftime, 18 points to 6. Some people don't quite understand that. They like to try and start arguments in the chat room. But it's all good. We just ignore those people. Captain Redbeard says, question, will he throw a chair at them? Case in point is Captain Redbeard. Captain Redbeard, a one-time Patreon member, actually came on the show, co-hosted a game with me. Just speaking of people who understand my dislike towards certain teams is sometimes all part of the show. When Captain Redbeard first discovered the channel, how I talk about the Broncos is how I used to talk about his Cowboys. And he's still here. He doesn't get all snowflakey and butthurt about the things I say. All right, Jake Ponchi. Okay, Dan, tell us about how you started. Please put calm music on while you speak. Don't know that I've got any calm music. The Little Book of Calm. Black books. All in good fun, mate. Love it, says Captain Redbeard. See? This is why we're friends. It's not for everyone. Not for everyone. People come here, they get butthurt. And they spend their whole time here feeling the need to defend their stance. Which is not necessary, because it is all fun and games. Yeah, I don't know that I've got any, like, soothing music, necessarily. for the background. I can try and find something. Let's see. What have we got here? Music-wise. No, I don't really have anything soothing. Captain Redbeard says, tell you what, your Sharky's going hot at the moment. Maybe. I'm not sold on that just yet, Captain Redbeard. I think it's an exaggeration to say that we've had the easiest draw so far this season, especially when you look at like the Broncos with their 1,000 Friday night games at Suncorp. But I'm not convinced yet. It's going to be a big month for the Sharks, Captain Redbeard. Going to be a big month. We've got the Storm, Roosters, Panthers, Broncos all coming up. I'm not sold just yet. It's been better than seasons past because we're actually winning those games we're expected to win against the lower teams, spanking them quite badly. You know, put 40 on the Raiders. Had that big win over the Cowboys, but obviously need to do that against the top 4 teams. Nico's been great. Yeah, Nicho Hynes has been great. Look, they're talking about Nicho Hynes for Origin duty. I wouldn't do it personally. Nico's a 7. They're talking about Hynes as playing 6. No, hasn't watching Freddie these past 4 or 5 years, or however long it's been, hasn't watching Freddie pick players out of position been enough to say, don't pick players out of position? Michael Russell says, been watching for 2 seasons. Never care what you say. Only the score. Great work, my friend. Stay true to you. Well, cheers, Michael. There's there is a compliment thinly veiled in there somewhere. Of which I appreciate, Michael. Very much. Yeah, I think you don't pick players out of position. Freddie made that mistake all the time, constantly. The only exception, in my opinion, is Tommy Turbo. You can put Tommy Turbo on the wing. You can put Tommy Turbo in the centres and get away with it. Just give him roaming duties. A second fullback, just roaming around everywhere, making a nuisance out of himself. That was the golden ticket. They lucked out on that one, did the Blues. But outside of that, everybody else is in their position. Nicho Hynes is either the starting halfback or he's not in the team. It's as simple as that. It's harsh on him because he is playing very well to start the season. So it is very, very harsh on him. But he's the starting halfback, which he isn't because Nathan Cleary, come on, or he's not in the team. It's harsh because he's a quality player, but, I mean, look what happens when you try and just fit guys in. Play Tetris and just try and fit players in. All right, so soothing music is out of the question. Oh, Captain Redbird, yes. My concern with fitting Cam McInnes in is just his size. He's not a big guy. My concern with putting Cam McInnes in, see, when I sort of did a fantasy booking squad, and I had Cam McInnes there on the bench because he can also fill in at hooker. Okay, so Api Coruscant is clearly going to be the starting hooker, right? Can Api Coruscant go 80 minutes at Origin level? Well, if you've got Cam McInnes there, he doesn't need to. You can actually slot McInnes in at hooker for a period of time to give Api the rest that he needs to then come on again at the back end, and then McInnes just shifts out into the forwards, yes? My only problem with that is I'm starting to be concerned about the size of the New South Wales forward pack comparatively to the big boppers on the Queensland side. Cam McInnes has got a lot of heart and a lot of fight, but he's a small dude, and you've got a lot of small dudes. So like Liam Martin, same deal. A lot of fight, a lot of punch, but he's a small dude as far as forwards go. I'd be starting to get very concerned about the size, comparatively, of the New South Wales pack if we fit Cam McInnes in there. But I think it's good in that context of he can fill in for the forwards. He can also play hooker and give Appy a rest. You pick Hines as the starting halfback, or he's not in the squad. He's not a 14. Pappenhausen can run the water. He doesn't have the size for Origin. Pappenhausen gets nowhere near the Origin squad. Love him. Great player at club level. He's not built for Origin. I'm sorry. God bless him, but he's not built for Origin. All right. Anyway, Jake, we got distracted. Okay, so Jake asked me, all right, so fantastic question, Jake Ponchi, loaded answer. So I have been a YouTube content creator quite some time now, quite a long time. I have a channel. I've kind of like hidden everything at the moment on my other channel, but I first started YouTube, quite a while ago. I mean, I've been doing YouTubing now for like probably 10 years, maybe. I think 8 to 10 years is probably a fair shout. Intoxi Gamer, feel free to look that channel up on YouTube, Intoxi Gamer. That was my first YouTube channel, obviously gaming. And I decided, because I love my rugby, I'm a rugby union boy. That's my passion. I love the NRL as well, obviously. Here I am doing it, but I love my rugby union. So for the 2019 Rugby World Cup, I decided that I would cover some of the games. I didn't want to break the YouTube algorithm by having a gaming channel and doing sports commentary. I was only doing the Rugby World Cup, so I didn't want to ruin what I had created. Like, I've got 8,500 subscribers on my gaming channel. I didn't want to ruin that by doing a sports thing, right? So I started Wasted Water Sports back in 2019 for the Rugby World Cup. It didn't really catch on, I suppose, for whatever reason. I mean, nothing's changed now. If you watch those 2019 Rugby World Cup streams, they're very similar. I still do the sports betting. It's very similar, but for whatever reason, it didn't catch on. Yes. And anyway, so I went, bollocks it. Doesn't matter. Got my gaming channel anyway. And then I started getting back into rugby league thanks to Michelle. Michelle would host State of Origin nights. We'd all go out to the pub. We'd watch the game. She would get into fights with Queenslanders out in the streets and stuff. It was good fun. It was good value. And we sort of just randomly had the conversation of like, okay, your reactions... No, they started fights with us, Michelle, I know. Your reactions, I said to her, your reactions would be great for live streaming. Because I was approaching everything from that YouTube angle. Like, okay, this is what it needs to be. I mean, Michelle for Origin, if you've ever seen it, it's just next level. So I said, that's what it needs to be. And so Wasted Water Sports became reborn Michelle jumped on board. Morgan jumped on board for one video. My mate Morgan. And here we are. Here we are now, a couple of seasons in, and now you're banned from doing Origin games. Honestly, I think we should all be banned from doing Origin games. And I should be banned from doing grand finals that feature the Broncos. We all have our moments. I was around about the 60-minute mark of that grand final. I was so salty. For anyone who's ever watched it back, I was so salty. I was so furious. And then the Panthers just turned it on. And obviously it ended up as a good night for me. But no, the stream wasn't good. I completely went off the boil. I for that period where the Broncos were well on top, I went into a different dimension, and I hold myself accountable for that. I do. No, but this wasn't just mucking around like, oh, penalty Broncos. Like, I was true salty. I was like, I'm not watching NRL next season if these pricks win level salty. It was next level. Like you with Origin. And I do hold myself accountable for that. My God. Okay, Alara has definitely found something out in that backyard that she's very keen on getting hold of. I reckon it's a possum. We've got a possum. We've got a possum that sort of wanders down the fence, gets the bananas from the banana trees down the back. And I think Alara, like, through the darkness, the dog's eyes are better than the human eyes, yes? And she spots the possum wandering down. I think that's what she's targeting at the moment. Second half is underway. Wasted Water Sports, we're ready to go. Anyway, I hope that has answered your question, Jake Ponchi. Bacon says the reason I'll never forget Fergo is because of his last-minute try assist to Teddy in the Game 3, 2019. And Queenslanders everywhere called that a forward pass. Teddy had to stop and reach backwards to collect it. And they're still like, forward! Because Queenslanders, I've known for a very long time, Queenslanders don't know what a forward pass is. They've been they being Queenslanders, have tried to argue forward passes with me for many, many years. They don't have a clue what a forward pass is. Broncos with the ball. Roosters complete their first set, leading 18 points to 6 at the break. Ezra Mam in a dummy half. Where's Billy Walters? Oh, Billy Walters is off. And now Tyson Smoothie slots in. All right, Billy Walters is having a spell. Kevy Walters has unleashed the Smoothie. Fifth and last down the short side. Reynolds makes good contact. Teddy comes in and collects it though. Perfectly taken. Swalehi feeds it onto Young in midfield. Young takes them on. Well tackled by Selwyn Cobbo. 1-on-1. Bacon says, if I was a Bronc player, I'd be more scared of Kevy than losing. Oh yeah, the look on his face. I would not. If I saw that on the big screen, honestly, I would have found a reason to not go into the changing rooms. I'm not even kidding about that. I would be avoiding. I would be avoiding that. Fifth and last, Roosters. Carey from inside the 40. Is it a 40? 20? Was he inside the 40? He might have just been a step outside. That was a fabulous effort. Regardless, from Luke Carey. Get me $5, Ahoy. He was inside the 40, but it's found touch just outside the 20. Oh, that was so close. Millimeters outside the 20. Looking good for the Roosters, though. It's been a scrappy game, really, by both teams' standards, must be said. I don't think either side would have necessarily been happy at the halftime break. It's been a scrappy old affair. Broncos now. Let's see. Oh, Wasted World of Sports. Tipping contest. I'm still on top. Fifth and last, Broncos. 40 out from the line. They go short side attack again. Reynolds puts it high. Teddy's there, firmly planted under it. Swivels away from Ricky. Oh, Reynolds is hurt. Oh, there's the Broncos season done. The Broncos season is done. Reynolds is out. He's done his shoulder. Reynolds' shoulder is done. That's the Broncos season right here. Reynolds is out. He put his hand up immediately. That shoulder just busted. He's done. He's done. And they're attacking the short side. Right where Reynolds is. Popping the pass back inside. It's called forward. Oh, Ashley Klein there to save the day for his beloved Broncos. Ashley Klein saves the day. They were ripped to shreds, the Broncos. Ashley Klein's pulled a forward pass out of his asshole. Saves the day. Reynolds is cooked, though. Reynolds is done. That's his shoulder. That's his season. That's his shoulder, his season. That's the Broncos season right there. Oh, that doesn't look good for Reynolds. He put his hand up straight away. He knew he was cooked. Oh, that's rough for the Broncos. See, this is why I was actually glad. The Sharks were in the chase. The Sharks were in the chase for Reynolds' signature. And I'm so glad they didn't win the race for that signature. Because he's just... We got Nico Hines. I think Nico's a bit of an upsell from Reynolds. Like, Reynolds, if he stays on the field and stays fit, is obviously a much better player than Nico. But Reynolds, he's at the back end of his career. It happens. He can't stay on the field. He's hurting his hamstrings. Now he's hurt his shoulder. That's a huge, huge loss for the Broncos. Fifth and last, though. Ashley Klein's going to keep him in the game. Don't worry, though. Don't you worry. They've still got Ashley. Walsh, cut out pass to Ezra Mam. Fires it over to Katoni Staggs. And Stags will score in the corner. Don't you worry, Broncos supporters. Ashley Klein's going to keep you well in this one. Keep an eye on Adam Reynolds, though. He knew he was done straight away. If you see it on the replay, Reynolds, as soon as he made contact, he went to ground and threw his hand up, calling for the trainer. But it's all right. We've seen this before. When Reynolds has left the field injured in games past, Ashley Klein has stepped into the jersey and got the job done for his team. Catch you later, Bacon. Whoops. Whoa, overflow. Michael Russell, the what's the word? Like what will be passed down to Jock Madden just from Adam Reynolds being in the club. It's the same with the Shark. Like, I'm a Shark supporter. We bought Dale Finucane. Dale Finucane is now medically retired. Dale Finucane was at the back end of his career, a lot of concussion and injury concerns, and he has spent more time off the field injured than he has on the field, but it's what he does behind the scenes. And Adam Reynolds, exactly the same. The just picking the brain for Jock Madden, for example. Like, Jock Madden is clearly the Broncos halfback in waiting. Just the fountain of information for Jock Madden to pick Reynolds' brain of, having him around the club, invaluable. Adam Reynolds just being around the club to share his experience and whatnot to somebody like Jock Madden. Yeah, they're not losing anything by having him in the club. 18 points to 12. But the big story here is inside ball, Stags. Got Ezra Mam in support. Ezra Mam will surely have the pace, and they're in under the posts. Ezra Mam will have the pace. This is crazy, right? Adam Reynolds has left the field, and suddenly the Broncos look good. No Adam Reynolds, and suddenly the Broncos have sprung to life. Has Adam Reynolds been holding this team back? Ezra Mam in at first receiver. Sam Walker overcommitted in defense. And then Ezra Mam just had too much pace on the inside. Too much pace. We're about to be all locked up again. I'm pretty sure Alfie's out on the field right now, Michael. I would not be surprised if we look around and we spot Alfie. He'll be out there somewhere for sure. DJ Shack says, I can't help but feel for Reynolds, though. He didn't deserve that. Well, no, he didn't deserve it. Of course, no player deserves to be injured, ever. But you sign... If you sign an aging player, and look, like I said, this isn't even before anybody accuses me. This isn't even a Broncos witch hunt. We did the same at the Sharks. Dale Finucane. You take the risk by signing those players. You take the risk that the injuries will happen. The injuries will happen. You know that going into the contract. The Broncos knew that. The Sharks knew that. 18 points all. Game back on here. It doesn't take away at all, though, from the value they bring to the club behind the scenes. They can be out injured and still be providing value. Like, I would be offering Dale Finucane a lifetime job at the club, just as a trainer, as a coach. Same for Reynolds. Once Reynolds retires, Broncos should put an open check in front of him. Stay on as a trainer, a kicking trainer. A halfback coach. Adam Reynolds ruled out. Ruptured biceps. Okay, so it wasn't his shoulder. He's ruptured his biceps. Six again for the Broncos on halfway. Carrigan. This is amazing. Like, Reynolds is such a quality halfback, but I can't help but notice how much more... It might be a coincidence, but the fluency of the Broncos' attack, the moment Reynolds left the field, was it just a conscious thing of like, okay, our leader is gone, we need to lift now? Or has Reynolds actually been holding this team back? It's crazy. Oh, Jordan Ricky spills the ball. That's a gift turnover for the Roosters. It's bizarre. Like, the moment Reynolds left the field, the Broncos have just looked like a different team. They've looked threatening. They've looked potent. And that is no offense to Reynolds at all. Not intentionally, anyway. I'm sure somebody will... Yeah, I'm sure somebody will find a way to take it offensively. The Roosters took the risk on Cooper Cronk back in 2018, and Cooper Cronk won them a grand final with one shoulder. Tedesco from dummy half. A six again for the Roosters now. DJ Shack says, honestly, the answer, Dan, is no reason. They were down because Reece Walsh has unfortunately gifted the Roosters 2 tries. I mean, yeah, obviously that part is correct. But still, through the hands now, the Roosters have got space out to the left. The Broncos number up. Tackle 3. 20 out from the line here. Roosters on the attack. Egan Butcher. As I said, DJ, it could absolutely just be coincidental. Oh, Swalehi, it's over the side. No, he stays in the field of play. Somehow, Swalehi. Oh, but Ashley Klein steps in to make a call for his boys. Oh, he's there to look after his boys. And he gets a call from the TMO. The TMO's having none of it. Says, piss off, Ashley. Well, he was out there. His knee touched the line. Broncos, the captain's challenging. What was the penalty for? The TMO obviously interjected and said penalty Roosters. The Broncos have captain's challenge. This is a shambles at the moment. On report, the Big D. And 10 in the bin for the Big D. A shoulder to the face. Well, if it's the shoulders of the face, it should be a straight send-off then. Depends on the level of contact, I suppose, in fairness. Oh, there it is. In back play. Oh, in back play, a shoulder charge on Tedesco. That's a straight send-off. I didn't even see that. 10 in the bin. He can count himself very lucky. Off the ball, shoulder charge. 10 in the bin. Very lucky there for the Big D. I didn't even see that at the time it happened. Wow, the Broncos can count their lucky stars for that. Good defense here for the Broncos on their goal line. 15 out the Roosters on the left-hand sideline. Tackle for the Broncos will be down a man for the next 10. Walker with the double pump, triple pump. Tedesco kicks through for Dominic Young, who loses it over the try line. Dom Young loses it over the try line. There goes my multi, says Michelle. He's only gone for 10 minutes. He'll be back. It's all right. Jesus Christ, Reece Walsh is having a spewing back play again. Can Reece Walsh hold his guts for one game? I mean, I'm not even taking the piss. I'm honestly asking what is wrong with him. Reece Walsh has a cheeky spew in the corner every single game. Like I'm not even making fun. Before Nate from We Are Family jumps down my throat, one-eyed, I'm not even taking the piss. Honestly, what is wrong with Reece Walsh that he throws up every single game? Do we legitimately know? I'm very curious. He spews every single game. Fifth and last here for the Broncos. 25 out from the Roosters line. Skip forward, Michelle. You can keep skipping forward in the stream. Like, not my stream, the KO stream. Broncos come down with it. No, they don't. Teddy has it. Have they locked it on, the Roosters? Locked on Broncos first. Fifth and last handover. Okay, so you can't skip forward in the Foxtel live feed. Yeah, because that's what I do. Like, I notice KO is terrible. I'm 11 seconds behind now. Okay, I'm 11 seconds behind. Skip forward. Okay, now I'm 4 seconds behind, but that's better. I have to keep doing that throughout the course of the game. Now it's buffering. I'm 5. It's still buffering, yeah? KO is still buffering. I'm 10 seconds again. Okay, skip forward. Catch up. Roosters make a break. See? Tedesco still going. Teddy, where's the support? Steps inside Reece Walsh. Big run there from Teddy. Quick play the ball. Down the blind side they go. Angus Crichton looking for a third. Gets the ball back to Carey. It's still alive here for the Roosters. Lindsay Collins. Tackle for a metre out. Tedesco. Across. They must score, the Roosters. They have to. And Tyrrell May is over the line. Roosters. 22-18. Kick to come. We missed the break because KO was buffering. We caught the back end of it. And the back end of it was Teddy beating tackles left, right, centre. Makes a fool out of Reece Walsh, the little Brisbane princess. And numbers to burn out to the right. The Roosters, they had to score. There was a 72-on-1 overlap to the right. They had to score the try. (22-18) kick to come from right beside the posts. Great piece of play there from the Rooster. Sam Walker moves in. Oh, he's hooked it to the left, but he's close enough that it doesn't really matter. And through the post it goes. 24-18, the Roosters with the lead. 21 minutes to go. Whoa, this game. So, ruptured bicep. Does anyone know? I thought shoulder, I'm guessing. I thought it was shoulder as soon as it happened. I'm gathering, though, that ruptured bicep is not as bad as a busted shoulder. I mean, we saw Nathan Cleary a season or two ago with the shoulder. He was out for what, like 10 weeks or something. Michael Russell says, do better in my AFL tipping than I do the NRL. Go figure. Hey, Michael, I'll tell you a story. I'm a rugby union boy through and through. I always do better in NRL tipping than I do in the Super Rugby tipping. I always, for some reason, I think what happens, mate, Ezra Mam's been sent for a HIA. I think what happens, Michael, is that the game that you love the most, so you might like NRL better than AFL is what I'm gathering. Yes? I think what happens is because you love the NRL more, you have a tendency maybe to bet more with your heart than your head. In the AFL, because you don't care as much, you go a bit more with the form teams. You go a bit more with the head than the heart, if that makes sense. Because I do exactly the same. I'm top of the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest at the moment. And I'm a rugby union boy. I'm doing terribly at the in the Super Rugby. Cut out pass puts the Roosters down the sideline, but they spill the ball, and it comes back. Reece Walsh is caught high there. High tackle there on Reece Walsh. No call. Fair is fair. The Roosters get away with that one. "20 minutes to go in this game. Loose pass out the back. Carrigan collects it. Beats the first tackle. Gets the arms free. Offloads. Heel fries. Ahoy, mate. Walsh. Oh, that's a penalty. Okay. Well, I thought the last tackle on Reece Walsh was higher than that one, and this one earns a penalty. Well, you can't hit the little princess, I suppose. Little Princess Reese Weesey. Jesus, that wasn't a high shot. The last one was more of a high shot that wasn't called than that one. I mean, to be honest, it should have been a penalty. A high tackle on Walsh, 40 metres upfield a couple of tackles ago. That was just a make-up call, that one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that one was not... That wasn't a penalty, that one. The last one was. They missed one on him earlier. Michael Russell says, my autistic cousin, who has no care for the game, gets consistent top spots in tipping contests. Yeah, honestly, what happens is you've... Okay, a prime example, right? A prime example was that last game. I talked about it on the live stream. The Manly Raiders game. I talked about it openly in the pregame that the rain was going to make it a very even contest. The Raiders, in the rain, have a better forward pack. They could steal this one. I talked about it. I openly discussed it. Did I tip the Raiders? No, I didn't. I still went with the Manly because I disliked the Raiders. Common sense did not prevail in the tipping. If you're disconnected... No, I'm not saying I'm autistic, heel fries. I'm just saying, as an example, if you're disconnected emotionally from the pick... You are more likely to land on the right call, is what I'm saying. Roosters through the hands, create some space out to the left. Penalty Roosters. I'm a bloody drunken bastard. That's what I am. Not autistic. Tedesco taken out off the ball there by Katoni Staggs. A minute and a half. A drunk autist. All this time I thought I was a drunk artist, but I'm a drunk autist. Walker to Tedesco. Manu. Dom Young steps back in field. Offloads. Broncos touch it. 6 again. Connor Watson. Short ball to Collins. Jesus, slightly forward that one. 17 minutes to go. Set restart for the Roosters on the attack. Enough autism jokes. You're the one bringing up autism. The fuck? Burko says I'm a drunken bastard too. I'll drink to that, mate. From dummy half over the line. Is he held up? The Broncos have got underneath it. I think this is held up. The ball has not got to ground, but there's tackles up the sleeve. Angus Crichton was looking for the treble there. It's all right, heel fries. I don't care. There'll be no censorship here. Inside ball. Connor Watson's free. Connor Watson scores. And the Roosters extend their lead. Suck on that, donkeys. 28-18. Kick to come. 16 minutes to go. Oh, Fortress Suncorp is getting destroyed here by the Roosters. You love to see it. There's no better sight than a Broncos team on their back, ready for the count. Roosters try. Heel Fry says, let's go Broncos losing, which means somewhere Michelle is crying. I'm crying tears of joy. 28-18, kick to come. Conversion successful, and the Roosters lead 30 points to 18. Absolutely nothing would make me happier than if the Broncos missed the 8 completely. I would love it so much. The Broncos missing the 8 would just make my year. Michael Russell says, going back to my woodworking. Thanks for the updates. Young man. Oh, wow. I'll drink to that. Cheers, Michael. Young man. How very flattering. 5th and last. Roosters put it high. Tapped back. Payne Haas dives on the loose ball. DJ Shack says, Dane Mariner, also affectionately known as the Big D. The Big D has let his teammates down with that shoulder charge. They were just getting back into it, and he gets 10 in the bin. They've scored twice, the Roosters. A big shout out to James, who fell asleep in the Discord voice chat last night. That was fabulous. Oh, heel fries, you should have been there. It was brilliant. Oh, this is an awkward bounce for Teddy at the back, but he comes away with it. Where's Vobsy tonight? Vobsy needs to be in on this. The Roosters dominating in Fortress Suncorp for the moment. We need to check in on Vobsy. I'm sure it's very happy at the moment. Yeah, we did a Discord voice chat after the stream last night, and James went a bit quiet in the chat. I was like, we haven't heard from James for a little bit. And then after about 5 minutes, I'm like, I think James must have fallen asleep. I'm saying James must have fallen asleep here on the chat. Anyways, a few minutes pass, and then suddenly we're all still chatting away as the Roosters now stretch the Broncos to the left. Inside ball is loose. Yeah, and then I've gone, we haven't heard from James for a bit. We're still talking. And then suddenly, on James's side of the microphone, you hear... I'm like, Jesus Christ, James actually legitimately fell asleep. Snoring away over the other end of the microphone. He legitimately fell asleep on us in the Discord chat. The Broncos challenge unsuccessful. Leighton, Allen, Roosters are going to win, I think. I think so too, Leighton, but I've thought so from before kickoff. I tipped the Roosters tonight. Looking good at the moment. Fingers crossed. Can they keep it up? There's still 12 and a half minutes to go. There is still time, but it's Roosters ball. Tackle one, 20 metres out. Roosters, they would go a long way. Oh, excuse me. They would go a long way to winning this game. 12 minutes to go, 10 out. Carey, inside ball to Collins. Collins goes to ground. Tackle 3. In front of the post. Watson. The pass to Terrell May. Terrell May gets a double. And that will surely be the game. Back-to-back tries for Terrell May. The Roosters lead 34-18. Oh, you love it when predictions come true. And here we go. The Broncos getting decimated on their home turf. $34-18. Yeah. Comlock Sepe says nice challenge between two fullbacks for the state game. Yeah, well, Teddy's making little Reese Weesey his bitch tonight for the second time this season. Little Reese Weesey and his eyeliner getting destroyed. SHDWZ1. How can I say that? Schwartzy. First time watching football. I'm loving this. Boom, boom. There you go. It's a great game, isn't it? Fantastic game. Sam Walker with the conversion. 36-18. The Broncos are getting toasted at Fortress Suncorp. And I love it. I don't even care that the Raiders won earlier tonight. Oh, there's Alfie. They should have got Alfie on to replace Reynolds. Man of the match, Alfie. Alfie has definitely been the Broncos' best player tonight. Lath says, I told you to get on Roosters very early. I was, Lath. I was. The Roosters were paying $2.90 for the straight win. I put the house on it. Yeah, I've been on the Roosters all week. Never mind tonight. It was ridiculous that the Roosters were so far outsiders with the bookmakers. They were just giving away money. And if they're willing to give away money, I'll take it. I'll happily take it. Penalty here to the Roosters. Take the 2. Hang on, 36-8. Yeah, take the 2. Take the 2. Take the 2. Take the 2 points. Oh, they're putting it into the corner. Take the 2, I say. Take the 2, I say. Put it out to 20 points. Guarantee that there's no miracle comeback. Oh, this has been brilliant. Oh, I don't even care that the Raiders won earlier. Usually the Raiders winning would ruin my night. Dominic Young for the corner. Reaches out with those big giraffe arms and plants it down. Try for Dom Young. Oh, the Broncos could get 50 put on them here yet. $40 points to 18. Kick to come. Felix Kembu said, I said 10 in the bin will cost 2 tries, and it happened. Good job, Felix. Ollie is the best, says have a good night from New Zealand. Cheers, Ollie. Comlock Sepai says, nice live chat with the game all the way from Manus, Papua New Guinea. NRL Die Hard game. DJ Shaq says they're going to get flogged, quite like the Dragons. Yeah, bollocks to them. Bollocks to them, I say. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I don't even care that. Usually, as I said, usually a Raiders win would ruin my weekend. But now the Broncos have been destroyed at Fortress Suncorp. They got gifted another home game on a Friday night, and this is what they dished up. I'm so happy. Leighton Allen says, good night. I'm living in Australia. Okay, I'm going to go to bed. Good night, Leighton. I'm from Australia also. Malcolm says, everyone going to bed early? All Broncos supporters, I'm guessing. I'm watching the next 7.5 minutes. I want more points. I want the Roosters to put 50 on these pricks. That's what I want. I'd love to see the 50 brought up. Because you know what 50 means? 50 means put a red line. I mean, I've got a red line through the Broncos anyway as premiership threats. But officially put a line through them if they get 50. No one's ever won the premiership having 50 put on them. Walker hooks the conversion off to the left. He's having a laugh about it. I wouldn't be laughing. But then I'm a hard taskmaster. A hard taskmaster. I expect perfection, even if you've already got the game won with 7 minutes to go. Oh, look at Kevy. Crack a smile, Kev. Crack a smile, mate. Why don't you? Yeah. Roosters, oh, they're adventurous now. Roosters cut out passes from the kickoff in front of their own goalposts. Wasted World of Sports tomorrow as this game draws to a close. We've got coming up tomorrow Bulldogs, Tigers, Titans, Storm, Cowboys, Dolphins. Comlock Sepe says, hope all the NRL tips are already gone wrong. Bad luck, all of us. I tipped the Roosters. I mean, I tipped Manly in the last game as well. God damn it, Ricky and his Green Goblins. But hey, I'm pretty sure that I made up for it with this one. Most people, I'm certain, for some reason, went for the Broncos. Michael Russell says we won the grand final from 8th position one year. Who are you talking about? 6 minutes to go in this game. I'm on the Bulldogs tomorrow, Leighton. Bulldogs all the way. I've been cheering on the Bulldogs to return to finals footy for the past 2 or 3 seasons. I've got to be right eventually, yeah? They've recruited well. They're still missing a halfback, obviously. A true halfback. Look, I love the West Tigers. I've got nothing at all against the West Tigers. I was cheering on the Tigers against the Broncos last week. But I've been on the Bulldogs bandwagon now for a couple of seasons. I'd like to see them do well. Reece Walsh earning all that money once again with a terrible kick back in field. I'm not saying he's got no upside. Before any Broncos sympathizers jump down my throat and go, oh, he's got potential. Yeah, well, I'm not judging him on potential. I'm judging him on the piece of shit that he is right now. Terrible, overrated player. Kick on tackle 4 here from Sam Walker. In behind Walsh. Oh, how far forward was that ball to Selwyn Cobbo? Very luckily for Reece, the touchy wasn't back in position and they get away with it. And Selwyn Cobbo's lined up and run down by Poga. Oh, but that's a penalty for the Broncos because they hit him a little bit too hard. Yeah, Selwyn got hit a little bit too hard there. Penalty Broncos. Too hard a hit. Four minutes to go. 40 points to 18. Oh, it's orgasmic. The man, the myth, the legend. Cobbo to the Roosters. They don't need him. Well, actually they might, because Swalihi's leaving and Manu's leaving. Yeah, no, fair enough. That's my bad. That's my bad. The man, the myth, the legend. I've forgotten that the Roosters do have a couple of like 10 out of 10 gun centers leaving the club, don't they? Yeah. I'm not sure that Selwyn Cobbo's the answer, though. He's proving to be quite a shithouse center. Selwyn Cobbo, much better on the wing. A gun on the wing. Very, very quiet in the centers. I'm not sure that I would want him, to be honest. Gamer Mel, ahoy. Max Hayes, ahoy there. G'day from North Penrith. Reece Lady Eyes Walsh. I love it. Reecey Weecey. Reecey Weecey with the little eyeliner. Reece Walsh has had a 1 out of 10 performance tonight. Broncos supporters and people that love Reece will say that he had a good game. He didn't. He's been terrible tonight, as he is more often than not. The man, the myth, the legend says just media speculation. Yeah, I think so too. I honestly don't think the Roosters would be interested in Selwyn Cobbo in the centres. Selwyn Cobbo on the wing, I'd have him on my team every day of the week. Selwyn Cobbo on the wing, I'm signing him up. Selwyn Cobbo in the centres, nah, no thank you. I'll pass. Hard pass. 1 minute 40 left in this game. The Roosters 40 points to 18. Oh, this is beautiful. This is such a beautiful sight. Can we get a shot at the coach's box of Kevy? Scrum down for the Broncos. Ezra Mann at first receiver. 1 minute 12 to go. Yeah, I don't think so, Lath. I don't think so. I struggle to believe, in all honesty, I struggle to believe that the Roosters would be interested in him. Honestly, how could you possibly be interested in, unless they want to put him on the wing, maybe they want to put Selwyn Cobbo on one of the wings and then shift somebody infield. But you're surely not signing Selwyn Cobbo to play centre based on what we've seen from the Broncos this year. Selwyn Cobbo has lost all his appeal by moving one infield, in my opinion. Selwyn Cobbo used to be an absolute gun player. They've shifted him into centres and he's just there. Just my opinion, of course. Tedesco goes straight through the middle. Where's the support? He puts the kick in over the top. Broncos get back. Cobbo links up with Walsh. Walsh goes into touch. And that'll be full time. DJ Shack says 22 points to 0 since the Big D was sent to the sin bin. Kind of just goes to show there's a lack of resilience in the Broncos when the chips are down. Jesus Christ, who is that guy? Number 19 for the Broncos. That is the most massive human being I've ever seen in my life. Who is that giant? Benjamin Takura. Christ alive. The man's massive. I've never seen anything quite like it. There is just this giant on the sideline. $40 points to 18, the Roosters. Oh, God. I'm going to screenshot that score and make it my Facebook profile photo. This is fabulous. 40 points to 18 at Fortress Suncorp. Of all places. Holy hell. I'm pretty keen to keep the party going, DJ Shack. I'd be down, my friend. Quentin Paul, $100 single. $237.50 returned. Sydney Roosters race to 25. Brisbane Broncos Roosters, $237 stake. $100 return. I had a bet on the Roosters. I had a straight bet on the... Oh, actually, I think I went Roosters line. Christ, I should have gone Roosters straight. I think I've definitely gone Roosters line. Yeah, I went Roosters with the 8.5 line, so that's a win. That's a win at least. All right, Wasted World of Sports. Thank you so much for your company as always. 40 points to 18. Is there anything better than the Broncos getting man-shamed at Suncorp Stadium? Mel, up the Roosters. Come and join us on Discord, Mel. You've been there, done that before, and maybe that's why you've never been back again. Who knows? But, Yes, let's go hang out on Discord after this. Why not? I'm so happy tonight. 40-18, Fortress Suncorp. The Broncos have been man-shamed. They've been pantsed on their home turf by the Roosters. I don't care who it was by. The fact it's been done. All right, Waste to World of Sports, thank you so much. I appreciate your company as always. We'll be back tomorrow for more NRL. Until then, a very big cheers to each and every one of you. And of course, a very special shout out to the Knee Crumbler for gifting those memberships. You know, the gift, not for the first time as well. I don't know where to put the people. I really don't. We've run out of space on the field. When I created the Waste of Water Sports All-Stars, I never imagined that we would be in the position where the field is full. The team's all filled up. So I'm going to have to figure out what we do about that. All thanks to the Knee Crumbler there with the gift memberships. All right, Waste of Water Sports. Thank you so much. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Yes, there's a few fantastic games coming up tomorrow. And I'll be back to cover it all on the Waste of Water Sports. Catch you guys later. Yes, cheers.
The wasted world of sports, eh?
Oh, he's copped a head right to the nuts. Tedesco's butt crack. Ahoy! He's nearly taken security's head off.
I have no idea what the wasted world of sports is.